getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
copy, a negative return.
Jingle bell rock. Jingle bells swing and jingle bells ring. Snowing and blowing up bushels of fun. Now the jingle hop has begun. Jingle bell rock. Jingle bells chime and jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air, what a bright time. It's the right time to rock the night away. Jingle bell time is a swell time to go gliding in the one-horse sleigh. Giddy up, jingle horse, pick up your feet. Jingle around the clock. Mix and a mingle in the jingling feet. That's the Jingle Bell Rock. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bell chime and jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air. What a bright time, it's the right time to rock the night away. Jingle bell time is a swell time to go gliding in the one-horse sleigh. Giddy up, jingle horse, pick up your feet. Jingle around the clock. Mix and a mingle in the jingling feet. That's the jingle bell, that's the jingle bell, that's the Jingle Bell Rock.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. So the title for the day today, guys, and I'm sure is a buzz and nothing new to you. We have the $350 million at-the-money offering completed. AMC issuing, and I still have not seen an SEC filing on this yet, but AMC putting out a press release last night. First person that I saw that reached out to me about it was Bob. He was sending me the article on. I was busy making my food. I was like, I can't go read this stuff. And but anyways, the press release came out, and it says right here, AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated successfully completes $350 million at the market equity offering. AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated, the company announced today it has completed its previous disclosed $350 million at the market equity offering launched on November 9th, 2023, and repurchased debt or exchanged debt for equity, thereby reducing liabilities by $62.28 million. AMC raised $350 million of new equity capital before commission and fees through the sale of approximately 48 million shares at the average price of approximately $7.29 per share. Using a portion of the proceeds raised through the at-the-money offering, AMC repurchased $50 million principal amount of its 10% second lien notes due 2026 at an average discount of 19.67%, plus accrued interest. In addition, AMC exchanged $12.275 million principal amount of its 10% second lien notes due 2026 plus accrued interest for approximately 1.6 million shares of Class A common stock with an implied value of $8.19 per share based on the aggregate principal amount of accrued interest exchanged. This is kind of an interesting comment here. I'm still trying to grasp what this exactly means in regards to the 1.6 million shares of Class A common stock. I'm still trying to figure exactly what that means or how that's going to impact the amount of shares in total that are going to be in existence. And I may have to reach out to John Merriweather to get some clarification on that. There may have been, it says right here that exchanged 12.275 million principal amount of its 10% second lien notes due 2026 plus accrued interest for approximately 1.6 million shares of Class A common stock. I'm not sure if I fully understand this portion of this yet. I'm going to probably do some digging into it and try and figure out what that means exactly. Anyways, reading on, commenting on the capital transactions, AMC's chairman and CEO Adam Aron said successfully raising an additional $350 million of equity capital and reducing the debt by more than $62 million in a single month underscores our continued commitment to strengthen our balance sheet by bolstering liquidity and methodically reducing debt levels. Aron continued to say, thus far in 2023, AMC has raised $865 million of gross equity capital and lowered its liabilities by approximately $440 million by reducing our corporate borrowings by approximately $350 million and repaying more than $90 million of COVID-19 related deferred rent liabilities. Our commitment to strengthening the balance sheet is further evidenced by the more than $1 billion reduction in our corporate borrowings and deferred rent liabilities since December 31st, 2020. Aron concluded, through methodically fortifying our financial position as we progress along our recovery trajectory, we ensure our ability to manage through industry challenges, including the ongoing impact of Hollywood strikes earlier this year, and position AMC to thrive in the future as we deliver value to our shareholders. I'm not going to go into reading the rest of this, but let me put the link here in case you guys need, desire to see that for yourselves. I'm gonna try to post it up here. Hold on a second. It's telling me that I have too much in here. Probably have to get rid of that. Hold on, don't click on that just yet. I'm not sure if that's gonna work or not. Let me see here. That doesn't work. Hold on a second here. I'll just take you to this page. This will give you the link here. All right. This link will work. And I'll pin it to the top. Sonny says, so they're done injecting shares for now. Yes, they're done selling shares for now. I kind of wanted to bring up a page here. This is going to be blinding a little bit here. I'll try to reduce the size of the screen a little bit to kind of help not blind you guys to death. This is kind of something I've been working on a while back to kind of figure out in regards to market cap, how that may look for AMC. And one of the things that we had, the amount of shares that we had prior to any kind of share offering, we had 198,356,000. I got to put my glasses on here, guys. I can't believe I read that whole thing without having my glasses on. I told myself, don't read it without putting your glasses on first. And then I didn't put my glasses on. Let me clean these off real quick here. All right, so explaining what we had. We had 198,356,898 million shares in existence on 8th of November. Our share price closing 8th of November, which is the day before the share offering began, was $10.09. Our market cap at the time would have been equivalent. All you have to do to figure that out is multiply shares by price, and it gives you market cap. So we were just over $2 billion, as you can see on the right hand side there. To figure out. There's a couple different ways you can do this, but to figure out, I basically just kind of averaged the price that we would have to have in order for us to have the same exact market cap and get the amount of shares as close as possible to the shares sold that was announced and the price. And that would have been 7.29. Actually, I think it was 8. The total average price that we would have to be trading at right now to have the same exact market cap as we had on 8th of November would be 8.12, basically $1 more than where we're at currently, which means what that tells me is that the market has devalued the market capitalization of AMC by, we can figure out the numbers by doing the math, but at least $1 worth per share. Because otherwise we'd be trading at $8.12, but we're not. We're trading at $7.11. So go figure. The market has decided that this is our value and what we'll be trading at. So market cap is going to be simply this number right here. And again, I'm going to have to find out about that 1.6 million Class A shares. But our new market cap is simply going to be this quantity of shares. Let me make sure this is right. E94. Yeah, that's going to be right. Okay. So our new market cap is going to be this times this. Actually, it's going to be times 711 or 7. Yeah, we'll just go off of closing price. So basically, they dropped the market cap of AMC by a quarter of $250 million by dropping us that $1 over that little over a month that it took us to get that $350 million. All right, my glasses are clean. I hope. Yeah, they're clean. Close enough. Good enough for government work. Let's see. Papa Mac says, was there a rumor going around that Adam Aaron would not sell for less than $10 a share? I know I've heard some people suggesting that was the case. I don't know. I don't recall having heard him say that before, but and I don't. It definitely wasn't in the filing anywhere. But yeah, that's the breakdown right there. So over the last month what would I expect to see going forward? I think the market capitalization is going to be a little bit on the shy side here, and I think that the market really was trying to steer us towards that $2 billion market cap, and I think the price will probably try to fluctuate enough to get us back to a market cap of what it was prior to the dilution that occurred. So my guess is that we'll probably start seeing price heading towards that $8.12 range. The market had no idea how much dilution was going to occur during that period of time, and so because our market capitalization shouldn't be, if they were targeting a market capitalization of about $2 billion before, then there should have been nothing that should have changed that, and our market cap's going to be seen as undervalued. So anybody who's long should see this as an opportunity to buy into something that's undervalued right now. They were targeting market cap of $2 billion before. There's no reason why we shouldn't be $2 billion now, especially with quarterly numbers looking better month over month and everything improving. So there's no reason why we shouldn't be trading at around $8.12, as that would be essentially the same market capitalization as we had previously. Let me move that screen back over because I need it for other numbers. And I'll take you guys over the other page here. I'll go open up the back of the Big Tramp after we get the numbers done. And anybody who wants to come in and talk about the numbers, you're more than welcome to come in and talk about it. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Tobolsk is asking, can he dilute more? Yes, he has more shares to dilute with if he wants to. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have that, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you sign up for that, if your broker allows for you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. All right, starting in the top left-hand corner, price prediction tally points. $7.11 was our closing. $7.11 was our closing price. For price predictions yesterday, let me see here. 561 would have had to have been. So nobody was eligible for an extra bonus point because most of us were all over each other
with price predictions, which is unfortunate because Twisty was actually 10 cents off of the price prediction quote. Unfortunately, Apex was within 10 cents of his price prediction, so no bonus points awarded, but everybody did get a bonus point. But Twisty was the closest and also the highest predicting price for the day yesterday. So congratulations to Twisty on the number. Let's see here. One last congratulations. Pat myself on the back for the win for last week. And that's it. Now we're on to a new week. Let's see here. Short exempt volume from yesterday. Our volume was a little bit higher, I think, yesterday by the end of the day, so we should have a little bit more short exempt volume. 266.1. Definitely higher. We were up 2.6% for the day. Utilization coming in at 24.28. And we'll talk about some of the impacts on what some of these numbers are going to do to our numbers in whole. 24.28 utilization. Day over day, that's a little bit of an increase. Max pain. Let's see. I'm kind of curious. We didn't see any of those $2 and $250 strikes closing out any of their positions, and so my guess is that this is Max Pain's probably going to stay right at about 650. We did see large quantities of volume at a $9 strike. Actually, you know what? I think Max Pain's going to jump up to 7. I think 7's going to be Max Pain. Let's refresh it and see. Yep, Max Pain 7 now. That's good. Taking a look at off-exchange data, we had, let me give it a refresh here. On a normal day, we should see about 64% in total going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. Off-exchange was 49.32. EDGX was trading 6.48. The combined total on that was 55.8%. Or about 8.2% less than what we would have normally traded through those exchanges, and we ended up seeing a positive increase in price by 2.6%. I would suggest that part of the reason we saw some price improvement was due to the reduction in shares being traded off exchange. CHX volume was 690 shares. GME CHX volume sitting at 381 shares. Nothing unusually high on either of those two. Taking a look at institutional ownership, these numbers selling. So AMC sold 40 million shares the first go around of dilution after the reverse split and conversion, and now 48 million shares. So we're looking at 88 million shares having been sold into the marketplace, and so far as I know, there's no institutions claiming 5% ownership. There might be one. I don't think there's any institutions claiming 5% ownership of AMC, though. And so we should be seeing that change here shortly. And my point is that if we don't see this changing, then they don't own them. And so then you have to ask yourself the question is, who's buying them? And I would suggest that we already own them. But institutional ownership being reported at 41.707 million shares this morning. Yesterday, when we ended out the day, it was 41.691, so it was a little bit high. It's a little bit higher right now. It's kind of fluctuating right around that 41 million shares. 41.7 million shares. This is kind of teeter-tottering on either side of that. Taking a look at options. Let's see here. This will be interesting to see how much open interest there is sitting at a $9 strike right now. Highest amount of open interest for calls is at a $9 strike with 55.3 thousand contracts. Yesterday, it was at a $10 strike with 17.6. So there was a massive increase in open interest. Yeah, that's pretty big. 55.3 thousand contracts at 9. No, wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, 9. That's correct. On puts, largest quantity of volume sitting at a $6 strike. Let me scroll up a little bit here because it was $2. $2 strike was the highest amount of volume. It is still the highest amount of volume on the open interest. We had 32.3 thousand contracts yesterday. Let me scroll back up here because I feel like yesterday I might have taken the open interest off of 30,000. Yeah. So some open interest did close on the puts at a $2 strike. I guess I must have missed it at the end of the day, but there's only... Yesterday there was 32.3 thousand contracts. It's now 25,000. So definitely some puts closed out, which would help in moving price upwards. Market's still showing a spread in open interest here between $9 and $2. That puts us at like a 750. Right? That's not right. Let's see, 350. So it puts us at like a 550 middle ground. But obviously we're trading much higher than that. This is a tough one. A lot of our open interest, there is a lot of other open interest on puts at a closer strike to where we're at right now. Like the $6 strikes for puts has 21,000 contracts, 17,000 contracts at 6.5. And then there's over on the call side at a 7.5 and 8, there's 26,000 and 20,000. It really does kind of look like, I mean, max pain did increase to 7. It does look like most everything's kind of hinging on a $7 middle ground. Give me 1 second. I'm going to move some screens around. And we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Starting with Ortex, we had a jump up in short share interest of the free float. I think the reported amount of short interest came in. It was probably higher than what was expected. So exchange reported short interest coming in. Here's what it was. Here's what the exchange reported short interest came in at. It was 22.8 on November 15th, and then the reporting for November 30th is coming in here with 22.6 million in exchange reported short interest, which is only a drop by 0.2 million. The expected amount of short interest, or what Ortex thought it was going to be, was this amount here. So you can see that the short interest was definitely a little bit of a spread there. They were off by about 1.5 million shares in short interest. So part of the reason why we're seeing this jump up from you'll see it here in just a second when I pull this up. The exchange estimated, actually that's already up here. The estimated exchange short interest drove up from 19.58 million up to 21.23 to kind of account for the additional amount of volume and short interest that there was, in contrast to where they felt the short interest was going to be moving to. This is now the third. Let's go back a little bit further here. How many times have they reported above or below? 1, 2, 3, actually, it's been about the last 4 reporting cycles of short interest that they've underestimated how much short interest there was. But let's take a look at day-over-day utilization. It drove up this time from 23.72 to 24.28. That should cause the on-loan amount to drive up as well. It went from 10.53 million shares to 10.58. So an increase of 50,000 shares on loan. I don't think that's really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float, but due to the fact that the exchange reported short interest came in higher than expected, the number will change because of that. So the exchange reported short interest here is going to be moving up. The estimated short share interest of the free float is going to move up from 9.9 to 10.74, which is 0.86, 860 or 0.86. Yeah, I think that's right. 0.86. I don't know. I can't math this early in the morning. 0.84. Sorry, 0.84. So let's see. Let's do the math on this, and we know how many shares there are now. Hold on a second. I gotta pull up my other screen here so I can see how many shares. We're gonna put in 246 million. That should be the outstanding shares now, or thereabouts. This means that Ortex was underestimating enough to where they're now estimating about 2.2 million new shares in short interest. And that's to make up for the underreporting that they had over the last 15 days. On-loan average age per day should be increasing. There's no reason why this should be decreasing if the same amount of loans are on loan for the most part. And it did increase from 32.06 to 34 days. The security lending volume day over day did increase from 1.31 million shares to 1.81. MMRI yesterday was 274.04. This morning, as we're waking up, it's now 270.18. So we're seeing a more drop on this again. Yesterday, the spread between the 2-year, 10-year yield was 0.482%. Let's check out and see what it is today. 2-year yield's 4.687. The 10-year yield is 4.191, giving us a spread of 0.496. Yesterday, 0.482. So the more inverted on the yield here, more separation. Oh yeah, I'm going to take you guys back to Ortex here for just a second. We're going to see a reduction of short interest with the influx of new shares. So, because this is going to be, I'm not sure exactly what they're. My guesstimate is that they are not accounting for the new quantities of shares that are outstanding. Let me just check and verify that that's the case. They do have a. If I go to an advanced version of the screen here, they do have the total amount of outstanding shares listed. They're still showing it at 198.36. So this number is going to jump up to the value that I just stated a minute ago, which was 246. So that's obviously going to drop down some of our percentages. Like our estimated short share interest of the free float is going to drop a little bit. If I had to if you wanted me to guesstimate, give me 1 second. We've got, what's the new value? Looks like it should drop to 8.61. That should be about what it would drop to, and that's what I would estimate once they get the reported correct numbers in. And my guess is that'll it'll obviously drive back up some more once some more shares are being borrowed. As far as utilization goes, again, I don't know how institutions are lending the shares or not. They're certainly not reporting that they have a huge quantity of the shares that have been sold into the marketplace. So I would suggest utilization should stay pretty much the same. I wouldn't expect to see that change too much. And I guess, yeah, that's how I would expect those numbers to change. Let me just make sure I got that number right real quick here. 8.61. Yeah, that's about right. I'm going to put that estimate in 8.61 on my Excel spreadsheet, just so we know. Make that a percentage. All right. VIX futures, what are we looking at? Showing down 0.13, which means the market should be up a little bit. And they are anywhere from 0.11 to 0.29. It's a little bit higher than I would expect it to be based off those VIX numbers. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. Yeah, as of yesterday at the end of the day, neither of which were on this list. As I'm scrolling through this list here, you can see that retail is definitely more bullish on buying of different stocks in the market than I guess maybe the last couple weeks. Trigger price for SSR for AMC for the day today is at $6.40. Shares available to borrow is at 6.2 million shares. Over the night, last night, it looks like there was up to about 6.1 million shares available. 4.7 million shares were borrowed. This morning. Yesterday it was 5.2 million. Those shares have since been returned. The ETFs were also borrowed out earlier this morning as well. I think it should be noteworthy that on a daily basis, institutions are borrowing out, 4.7. That's a significant portion of the outstanding shares in general, and they're borrowing these on a daily basis and then returning them. That should be kind of raising some red flags someplace. Somebody should be looking at that and going kind of saying like, what's the deal? Why in the world are they turning shares over in those kind of quantities on a daily basis? It's pretty massive. Fees are currently at a 0.7%. We have 124.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 20,000 contracts that are in the money. 33.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. Our pokey stick of volume just hit. Let me zoom in on this and just check it out real quick here. We had about 26,000 shares in our pokey stick, giving us a total of 33,000 shares traded. So we're looking at about 7,000 shares going into the pokey stick. That's extremely low volume, so it's going to be probably a low volume traded day today. Yesterday I said 10 to 30 million shares in volume, and we ended up hitting, what did we hit yesterday? 14.3. this morning, I won't be able to predict anything higher than 5 to 25 million. With the news that we just had on the dilution being completed, I would imagine that that's gonna, that'll probably we'll probably see some more volume that we weren't expecting to see, but we'll see what ends up happening as an end result. I'll probably be off on that. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'll probably be off on that volume prediction. On the Mag 7 for this morning, we have 5 out of the 7 are in the green. It's almost 6 out of the 7. Apple's just kind of it's teeter-tottering on red and green. Biggest bank movers for this morning in the pre-market, anything plus or minus 2.5% in the pre-market, I'll give a shout out to, but I don't see any pre-market changes that are that big. Silver up this morning, 0.87%. Let's take a look at what it looks like over a longer period of time. Definitely on a trend up on silver. Gold is up 0.35. Also a trend up. Ethereum Classic is up 1.5, trending up very similarly. Oh, excuse me, hiccups. To gold and silver. The US dollar is currently down 0.35 and trending down. Oil is up in the pre-market 3.26 and trending up. Usually when oil is up, market goes up. So we may be seeing a big move today. Definitely getting a big boost on that oil there. SPY is up 0.17 and trending up. Tesla in the pre-market is up 0.26, gapped up this morning and has consolidated ever since. Amazon is up 0.39 and trending up. Cinemark is down 4.87 today. Not exactly sure. Wait, yeah, that's pre-market. They've only traded 51 shares, but taking a pretty big dump this morning on that one. And that is heavily owned by institutions. Doge is down up 1.27 and trending back up similarly to gold, silver, and Ethereum Classic. Bitcoin is also up 1.23, very similar pattern. In fact, all these charts look very similar. It's like Bitcoin. It's like any kind of cryptocurrencies join the commodities, precious metals. GME is up 1.06% in the pre-market and trending up. It looks like it gapped. Did it gap up this morning? Yeah, it gapped up this morning and is consolidating. HYMC is down 1.49 and has only traded 451 shares, so it's not really enough to say anything else other than perhaps maybe some consolidation. It was on a trend upwards, but with this move here, it's moving back into consolidation. NCMI is breaking even this morning after having traded 1 share. Hood is up 1.62 and trending up. And AMC is up 0.57 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow yesterday on AMC. We had approximately $1.2 million more outflow than inflow. 48.19 thousand shares traded so far this morning. Like I said, on volume prediction, won't be able to predict anything more than 5 to 25 million shares. On a 4-hour chart, we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.6, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.98, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 64.11, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 10 minutes. RSI at 65.19, which is above average. Taking a look at Ichimoto. On a 1-hour chart, lagging line is above price line, conversions above base, price is above the cloud. This is the most desirable thing we could possibly have, other than the fact that the price is not trading above the conversion. Conversion line is going to be kind of important. Maintaining that conversion, which is at $7.17, is going to be ideal for seeing continuation on buying pressure. Also, do note that this lagging line eventually, by tomorrow morning, needs to be above the price line, which means that by the end of the day today, at some point, we need to be above 734 by close to keep this lagging line above price line. Otherwise, it turns into a little bit of a sell signal, and we do have a green cloud forming in the futures. So again, 734 or higher. I'm just going to write down 735 or higher for the close for the day today on a 1 hour chart will look really good for us as a continuation for buying pressure coming in. Looking at a 4 hour chart, we have lagging line just below, it's below price line. Conversion is, it's hard to see on this page. It's definitely below base by a little bit. It's hard to see on the page. It's like right there. But it is below base. We moved yesterday above the red cloud. There is a temporary period of green cloud that we have right here that's forming. We may see a temporary downwards pressure on price to kind of keep us around a $7 price point for a day or so. Looking back at that 1 hour chart, the $7 range would be a closing price today of $7 would put us underneath the green cloud for tomorrow. But that's only it's a short-lived green cloud that we've got going on here. So as long as we can keep price above, if we can get conversion above base, and by the end of today, the lagging line, even at the current price levels, would be above price line. If we can maintain that $7 price point, there's a chance that price will be able to see improvement. And it would be pretty bullish to see price continuing to move upwards above a green cloud. So on this one, in order to get continuous buying pressure, we got to get the conversion across base. And base is at 713. So I'm going to suggest we need to maintain 7. Actually, I think that the 735 number is actually probably a really good number by the end of the day. I think the 4 hour and the 1 hour charts are kind of in agreement, because 735 is what it would probably take to get that conversion above base. So we have an agreement between the 1 hour and 4 hour Ichimoto clouds on where price needs to move to. The big buy signal wouldn't occur until the end portion of the day today. On this 4 hour chart. As far as price prediction goes for me, I'll probably wait a little bit to see what the market's looking like before. Let me see here. Well, let me look at the charts here for just a second and see if I don't have like a better prediction, or maybe a prediction that I can give out right now. We could get a retest to 747. What I really want to do is I want to go back to the 14th of November. November? No. Yeah. I'm pretty certain that AMC announced the dilution was completed on or about the 14th. Give me 1 second. Let me look at the SEC filings. I gotta go back. I gotta go back to. While I do this, I'm also gonna go back into the back of the big tramp here. For anybody who wants to come back there. Let's see here. No, that's not it.
Hey, see, this pirate, you were doing the numbers, but Melissa put in chat that the truck won't start.
Oh, that's
She's
awesome.
not stranded, is she?
Let me check here.
Okay, I just bring it to your attention. I don't want to interrupt your flow, but I know you put a battery in that thing. I don't think it's a big deal. I just tried to reassure her to keep her from panicking and give her an idea of a jump. Just let you know you got a little issue going on, buddy.
Yeah, she just texted me.
Right on. Well, there you go.
All right. So, yeah.
Morning.
Good morning. Let me take care of this real quick here.
Yeah, you have the worst trouble vehicle.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes. I'm going back and I'm looking at the SEC filings for the last time that they had done the share offering, and I'm seeing that it looks to me like they announced the completion on September 13th, and the September 13th date here corresponds with upwards price movement for the day of about 1.38%. Done the share offering, and I'm. All right. Yeah. So if I had to guess today, I think we may see a little bit of upwards momentum. All right. She's gonna have to. There's something wrong with that. I'm sure there's something wrong with the starter on my truck. It's either going out or we have like rats in this community and they love to go into vehicles and like chew on cables and stuff. It is possible that we may have had like some kind of rat going because it's got this like intermittent starting problem. And the battery was bad before. And once we replaced the battery out, we didn't have any problems. But then it came back again to where it's like clicking over. So either the starter's bad or the alternator, one of the two. I'm not sure which. If it's killing the battery enough to where I'm sure the battery's got plenty of charge because it doesn't seem to have any problem starting. It's just intermittent. So my guess is it's probably more along the lines of a starter issue. All right. Let's see here. Good morning to you guys, by the way. If I had to guess on
Good morning, Casey.
price momentum today, I would suspect that we're probably going to see like maybe like a 1 or 2% increase in price. Maybe might be a little bit more. Ultimately, I know there's a lot of lines on this page because I got a lot of support and resistance points drawn in here in yellow. But I want you guys to see the level of support that we've had moving up here, and how that looks in contrast to the blue line that I've got for that, which is the reset of the synthetic price failure that we never broke through at $7.47. We had a multiple tests of that $7.47 on after we had hit the low of 650, but never actually breaking through it. So we still need to break through 747. Seeing a retest of that would put us on like our second or third retest of 747. Seeing a close at like 738 would be ideal for like retesting 747 and then coming back down and retesting 738 and finding support there would be ideal for us for the day today. 747 is going to be a lot more than 1 or 2% increase in price for the day though. Hold on a second. I gotta talk to my wife. Damn. I'm pretty sure this is the brand new battery that I put in here and it's like corroding like crap. She sent me a picture. This is a brand new battery. I'm not sure why it's doing this. I shouldn't be doing that. All right. Looks like I got some car work to do today, guys. I'm gonna have to jump to the side and go check out some truck stuff because I got to make sure we got 2 working vehicles here. All right, so I'm gonna go with a price prediction. I'm gonna get ballsy. In the aftermarket hours yesterday, price did shoot up, I think on the announcement of the news of the dilution being completed up to 734, and then found resistance at around 729 or that range. I'm going to guesstimate on a close right around that price point. Somewhere between like 720 and 747 is probably what I'm thinking we're going to close at today. So I'm going to go with a test of 747 and then perhaps maybe the fall back down to around like 728, 729. Yeah, I'm going to go 729 for close. So 579 to 879 is going to be my price prediction. I know I've got TB sent me a text earlier and told me what he thought. He said 583 to 883. $583. So we're really close to each other. I don't know if Twisty has sent me anything. Hold on a second here. Let me just check and see. Sometimes he sends me messages on Twitter. Nope, don't see nothing there. All right, so we'll be waiting on Twisty and Apex for their predictions later. And I am going to step away. I think. Yeah, I'm going to step away here. Pour Coke on the corrosion or wire brush. It's a brand new battery. Shouldn't be corroding. The picture she sent me is crazy. Wait. While I'm at it, I wanted to do, what do I want to send? I want to show you guys a quick video that I thought was really funny. The girls did this yesterday, and it was hilarious. How do I save this? Save. Let me see if that's under my... I'm going to show you guys this video. It's funny. What do I put this under? It'll take a second to download. Apex, not a problem, man. Did Twisty? Let me scroll up here in the notes and see if Twisty came in here. Luckily, at Melissa's work, she's got the security will jump start your car for you, and I'm positive the car will jump start, so she should be able to get home. It's just a matter of me being able to get it back out this morning, and I might actually shoot. If how am I gonna do this? I could drive it to my mechanic, but then how am I gonna get back? Don't know. Might have to wait till tomorrow to drive it over there. Twisty was busy narking people out. Okay. All right. Let me get the Bollinger Bands back up on the screen here, and I'm going to step away for a few minutes. Going to call my wife, make sure everything's all right for her. I'm sure she's okay, but just to give her some moral support. So I will put some Christmas music on for you guys, and then I'll head over, talk to her for a little bit. Your mechanic can ride you home. Well, you know what, Twisty? If you're going to be narking people out, you're going to need something like this to help you with that. So hopefully that'll help with that. Take your time, Twisty. Don't worry about it. Thank you for that advice, Frank. I'll check into that. All right. That's all I got for you guys. I got anything else for you?
I paid you a He-Man birthday cake.
Let me throw up a message on the screen here for those of you guys in the back of the Big Tramp. I will be heading out here. Rex, Petro, good morning to you, but good morning, good evening, good night, in case I don't see you later. All right. Let me put up the message on the screen. Yeah. All right, I'll see you guys 15 minutes before market opens. I wasn't feeling that music. Let's try a different one. There we go.
Hey everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? Musicvine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with Musicvine.
Hey everyone, this is Soundroll. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here. Unfortunately, my wife's telling me that the live stream is skipping a lot. I don't know what to tell you guys. It's my internet, more than likely. So here's the deal. I need to probably head to go take care of the truck. I'm gonna have her leave the truck running when she gets home. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna probably throw a bike into the back of the truck because the place isn't too far away from here. Drive the truck over there when she gets here, and then probably ride home. I can't imagine it'll take me all that long. It's not too far away. It's only a couple miles, so shouldn't be that big a deal. Apex is saying, I don't think they'll allow us to run on good news with low volume today. Thinking we close at 719. 569 to 869. I'm putting you down. I tend to think that we're going to see more volume than what pre-market led us to believe that we would see, but that's just I'm just guesstimating. We'll see. There is a large quantity of shares in the ask side of the bid ask, the order book here, around $7.30, also $7.35. Looks like they got a wall up. Twisty, I got you down for 578 to 828. No, 878. You got 5.7. So the original price that I saw you send me was 582 to 882. So I'm not sure what's. I guess you're going 578 to 878. So I got you down for 578 to 878. That's 1 penny below me. You're gonna get me back for that 1 penny, I can tell. Yeah. All right. So there is less than a 10-cent spread from all of us. So a very narrow range on price predictions today. In fact, there's only a 14-cent spread between us. So most of us are guessing larger numbers here. Give me 1 second. I'm communicating here with people. Let's see here. Joe says, "Take us with you, Casey." I can't take. I can only do the live stream here, or I could quit the live stream and then take you with me with a live stream from my phone. But the problem is my phone has probably like one of the worst speakers on it. I can't even talk to people on my phone, and my headset that I use is crap too. So the chances of me getting a live stream on a phone, and I don't have a mount on the truck or anything like that, I mean, it would just be absolutely insane. There's no way it would be worth watching. Half the time, or most of the time on the ride back, you'd be in my pocket. Petro's saying, what's the price for buyers to step in? I'm guessing around $7.35. I think we should see some additional buying pressure around that price point. Albert says, offering completed A. Is that why we had the jump to 724 yesterday and the immediate smash down? Yep. You nailed it. Good guess. Yeah, Mac, no new iPhone for me. Let's see here. We got a couple more minutes before we open up the market. Melissa just walked in the house. I'm going to step aside here for just a minute and talk to her before I come back. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So let's get this day started, shall we? I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Stress on shuttles and breaks through sound.
Temperature separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and advance.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells swing and jingle bells ring. Snowing and blowing up bushels of fun. Now the jingle hop has begun. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells chime and jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air, what a bright time. It's the right time to rock the night away. Jingle bell time is a swell time to go gliding in the one-horse sleigh. Giddy up, jingle horse, pick up your feet. Jingle around the clock. Mix and a mingle in the jingling feet. That's the Jingle Bell Rock. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bell chime and jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air. What a bright time, it's the right time to rock the night away. Jingle bell time is a swell time to go gliding in the one-horse sleigh. Giddy up, jingle horse, pick up your feet. Jingle around the clock. Mix and a mingle in the jingling feet. That's the jingle bell, that's the jingle bell, that's the Jingle Bell Rock.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. The title says it all for the day today. Everybody's been wondering how long and when we were going to get the announcement. We finally got it last night in the aftermarket hours directly on the AMC website. I checked the SEC website to see if we were going to be getting some kind of announcement on the SEC website. I was really kind of surprised to see that wasn't the case. Let me just check it again real quick here. I would imagine that I feel like they should have been posting this up, some kind of announcement on the SEC website, but I haven't seen it. But it did come up on AMC's website. It is pinned to the top if you want to go see it for yourself. Okay, now we have a 12K, or an 8K rather, filing that's showing up this morning. And I'll probably take a look at that a little bit later, but the truck's still running. I got to go put a bike in it and get it over to the shop real quick here. Let me take you guys over the other screen real quick, and we'll take a look. We're going to look at the AMC's announcement, and then maybe later today we'll take a look at the actual SEC filing, as there might be a little bit more information there in regards to this. But this is the press release that AMC put out, and I'll just read the first portion of this press release. AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated announced today it has completed its previously disclosed $350 million at the market equity offering launched on November 9th, 2023, and repurchased debt or exchange debt for equity, thereby reducing liabilities by $62.28 million. AMC raised $350 million of new equity capital before commissions and fees through the sale of approximately 48 million shares at an average price of approximately $7.29 per share. Using a portion of the proceeds raised at the money offering, AMC repurchased $50 million principal amount of its 10% second lien notes due 2026 at an average discount of 19.67% plus accrued interest. In addition, AMC exchanged $12.275 million principal amount of its 10% second lien notes due 2026. And this is the part that I got to look into a little bit here. Plus accrued interest for approximately 1.6 million shares of Class A common stock with an implied value of $8.19 per share based on the aggregate principal amount and accrued interest exchanged. I need to figure out what this is all about here. I have a feeling I'm going to end up needing to contact John Merriweather to maybe help explain this, or maybe it might be in the SEC filing. Before I contact him, I'll look at the SEC filing, see if it goes into more detail as to what that's about exactly, because I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to read into this. I'll try and figure it out for you guys. Commenting on the capital transactions, AMC chairman and CEO Adam Aron said, quote, successfully raising an additional $350 million of equity capital and reducing debt by more than $62 million in a single month underscores our continued commitment to strengthen our balance sheet by bolstering liquidity and methodically reducing debt levels, end quote. Aaron continued, quote, thus this far in 2023, AMC has raised $865 million of gross equity capital and lowered liabilities by approximately $440 million by reducing our corporate borrowings by approximately $350 million and repaying more than $90 million of COVID-19 related deferred rent. COVID-19. Wait, why do I feel like that's like the wrong number? I don't know why, but that number looked weird. Related to deferred rent liabilities. Our commitment to strengthening the balance, I guess it was because the year 19. Our commitment to strengthening the balance sheet is further evidenced by more than $1 billion reduction in our corporate borrowings and deferred rent liabilities since December 31st, 2020. Aaron concluded, quote, through methodically fortifying our financial position as we progress along our recovery trajectory, we ensure our ability to manage through industry challenges, including the ongoing impact of the Hollywood strikes earlier this year, and position AMC to thrive in the future as we deliver value to our shareholders, end quote. That's the news article that I have linked at the top of the page for you guys. Real quickly, I'm going to pull over a spreadsheet. This might be a little bit blinding for you, as it's kind of bright here a little bit, but one of the things that I did back on closing date of November 8th was I recorded how many shares in existence we had, our closing price on the 8th of November, which was before they announced the dilution, and the market cap at that time. And we were just slightly over a $2 billion market cap. Now, of course, we've all seen the video recently where Ken Griffin has talked about how they give a valuation that they try to meet for the company in regards to moving price to a certain valuation. So if you were to expect that the valuation of the company were to remain the same with the current amount of 48 million shares, and this is as close as I could possibly get it to 48 million on the dot, which I have a feeling it's probably not exactly 48 million shares, but we should be trading, and to keep the market cap the same level, we would need to be trading at $8.12. That's where we would need to be trading. So, I think that's correct. Hold on a second here. You know what? That may not be correct. That's not correct. Hold on a second. I just realized there was a mistake in this formula. Actually, that's not right. Let's see. Should be that plus that divided by that. Okay, so multiplied by. we're going to put in this plus this. I can't do that. I'm going to have to go through and fix my Excel spreadsheet here because I realized that the total, actually, maybe this is right. Here, hold on a second here. Let me check and see what the numbers are because I actually didn't check the math to see. They could be, these numbers could be right. Let's see here. Oh, actually, it is right. Never mind. I take that back. My numbers were right. We are trading about $1 less than what we should be to keep the same exact market capitalization. So our total amount of outstanding shares is correct. The number is correct here. If 48 million shares is what we have in addition to what we have, what we had previously, then we should have about 246,359,000. Of course, this number is a little bit off because of the I could only get it as close as I possibly could to 48 million. But essentially, if our market cap was to be the exact same valuation as what it was prior to the dilution, then we should be trading at $8.12 a share. But we know that AMC got $7.29 per share on the 48 million shares that were sold. That means that our current market cap is running about $250,000 less than what it was prior to the dilution, which means that institutions have either devalued the company in valuation by $250,000 based off of the fact that the dilution occurred, so which is not anywhere near as much money as was raised, right? So AMC raised $350 million, but the market devalued the company by $250 million. Sorry. So AMC got $100 million more out of the share offering than what the market decided to devalue the company for. So we're actually not doing too bad, all things considered. They could have devalued us the total amount of money that would have been raised by the company, but they didn't. And we're trading at $7.02 right now. Let me change. Actually, hold on a second here. Let me change. It was 7. That's based off of yesterday's closing price. I'll do it off of 702 right now, which is going to be pretty close to the same number. It's just slightly less. So yeah, 1.7 billion is what we're being valued at that 702. So that gives you an idea of where we're at, why we're at where we're at, and we got like 15 minutes before numbers, but I'm not going to be able to do them because I got to go take care of this truck. I got to get it into the guy, the mechanic today if I can, and that means I got to get going here. Do note there's been news that Citadel has taken out another loan for about 400 million, I think is what the number was that I saw. Which means that even though they're claiming that they've got 15 earning reports over another saying that they're making money, they're actually still borrowing more, and they're over 4 billion in debt now. So yeah, they're making it look pretty on the paperwork, but it's not all that pretty right now. All right, I got to go. Yeah, I know. Albert says, "Oh, Citadel took out a $400 million loan to Bank of America. Now that makes sense." Let me get the page set up here for price movement so that if it does start moving a lot, you'll be able to see it all on the page. Actually, maybe if I don't know if auto will work or not. We'll try auto. We'll see if it works. Yeah. I gotta head out of here though, guys. I gotta go get this truck taken care of. We only have 2 vehicles in the family and 3 drivers, and sometimes we need both those vehicles. So I gotta get this thing fixed. Alrighty. Yeah, and then Funky says, I heard this morning that he donated 400 million to cancer research. Is this true? I don't know, but I will say this: that if you remember, SBF was donating a lot of money, a lot of different places as well, in order to continue to run the charade that he was doing when he was in charge of FTX. So sometimes that's what a lot of the big wigs do. They start paying people off where they, for their quote unquote donations, wherever it is that they may be. So I think, just keep that in mind. All right. I think I'm going to go ahead and give you guys some music, and then I got to get out of here and go get this truck in. I'm hoping I can be back by no later than 10. I don't know how long it's going to take me to ride those couple miles. Can't imagine it's going to take me more than like 20 or 30 minutes. I'm figuring it's going to take me 10 minutes to get over there. That's 40 minutes. I got to talk to the mechanic for probably 10 or 15 minutes. So I'm guessing an hour. I'm hoping I can be back before 10. So I'll see you guys in a bit, and I will turn on the music as I'm going here. See you guys in a little. Oh yeah, and I got to throw a bike in the back of the truck and make sure the tires are pumped up. So there's an extra 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? Musicvine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with Musicvine.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Hey, this is Sencho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Oh, okay, I'm back. So, looks like I'm going to need a new starter and a new clutch bearing. Yay, parts. Nothing like having a paid off vehicle. You know, when you pay off your vehicle, that's when all the problems start happening. That truck is so old, though. It's a 1996 Toyota Tacoma. And it's a work beast. It's got less than 200,000 miles on it, and the thing still runs really great. It's just, it's an old truck. It's never had the starter replaced before. It's never had, the clutch replaced ever, with almost 200,000 miles on it. It's a great truck. And, if you end up having to pay, a little bit of money here and there to fix it up, it's worth it, because you don't have a truck payment. And so you divvy out whatever you pay in repair prices or payments for the year, and that's what you're paying per month, and it's cheap, really super cheap. Yep, I didn't have a clutch put in that one, Pirate. So what was before where we had a problem with the clutch, it was just a shield that was jacked up on the shifting mechanism. There was a shield that was preventing the stick shift from you could literally, instead of finding a wall when you pushed it over to reverse, it would you could have just pushed it all the way over the floor on the passenger side. So it just needed the shield adjusted. That was actually a really cheap fix, and didn't really cost a whole lot or anything. But it is, it's the same truck with the that had that problem. But he said it's the bearings on. He told me, he said, you might as well. He was of the opinion that I just let it go to fail, because it's just making some grinding noise. It's not actually grinding. It's more like a spinning problem. It sounds like it's having a hard time spinning up. And but there's no problem with any functionality. The clutch works just fine. Everything's great. It just makes a noise, and it's annoying. But it still works, and it only happens when the clutch is depressed. So I have a depressed clutch. That's what it is. Yeah, absolutely. You're right, Pirate. And he suggested that. He said, there's nobody in their right mind wouldn't replace the clutch with the bearings as well. So I would end up doing the whole thing. It sounded like it's going to cost me like $1,500 or so to do it, but it'll probably be worth doing. The question is whether or not the parts are available. And my thought process on the whole thing is kind of the matter is parts are getting really, really hard to find on a 1996 Toyota Tacoma. And the longer I wait to fix major things on this vehicle, the harder it is to find parts. So it's kind of like I'm at one of those points right now where it's I'd rather get it replaced now and not have to worry about trying to find parts later. Because quite frankly, for as little as we drive this truck, I would, if I had to guess, we probably drive less than 50 miles a week. And so since it doesn't get high mileage, the chances of this bearing continuing to function correctly for another year or two, well, that's not going to help any with finding parts later on down the road. So, Tobbs, AMC only related tickers, please. Go into the description of the channel and read that, and get yourself familiarized with what's going on here, and then yeah, cool. Let's do this though. Wanderbread says throwout bearing. I think it was a clutch bearing. I think is what he. If I said throwout, I might have meant clutch bearing. So. Let's do this. Let's look at numbers. I'm going to go to the back of the big tramp first. In case anybody wants to join back there. Let's see. And since I haven't gone through the numbers yet for the day, if you change the clutch prior to it failing and eating grooves in the pressure plate, it saves the cost of resurfacing the plate too. Well, see, that was my question to him. I said, what are the chances of further damage or additional damage if we just let it go to fail? That was my main question. And he didn't really have a good answer for that, but he was also the same mechanic that I had when we went through replacing a strut that I think it was a strut bearing or something like that on the front right wheel last time I had to take it in. And so it was really, really, really hard for him to find parts. And so I think I think it took like 2 months. It took him 2 months to find parts. So.
Yeah, I bet you I know what he said when he went to the back room.
Yeah.
Money.
Christmas. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, they'll definitely be replacing the clutch for sure, Wanderbread. I'm almost positive. I mean, that's what he pretty much said. So, I'm thinking just fix it now. That's what I'm leaning towards. I really don't want to just run it to fail, but I know that he's like, I have a feeling he's kind of thinking this is going to be another one of those fixes that's going to take us, time to find parts. Those clutch parts will be available for years to come. I don't know, man. Have you seen how many people are actually driving clutch vehicles these days? I don't know. If it's I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe he'll get back to me later today and let me know what he finds. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to replace it because I'm just kind of like of the opinion that it's. When I hear, it's not grinding. It's not a grinding sound. It's more of a, it sounds like something's trying to spin and it just can't spin properly, right? Like a bearing that's out. It's exactly what it sounds like. And I'm of the opinion that, when something breaks down, you just get it fixed and get it done and over with. That way you don't have other problems down the road. So, I mean, that's just that probably comes from an attitude of working in the industry that I worked in for 20 plus years, where you do preventative maintenance. You don't let things fail. That way you don't have incidents that occur. And so the general idea is to fix things before they become a problem. So. Wonderbread, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's do numbers. Well, actually, you know what? Let's wait. I mean, it's only 20 more minutes till we get the numbers for 11 o'clock, so we'll wait like 20 more minutes. Sensor Content, good morning to you, sir. How are you doing today?
Pretty good, I guess.
Wishing we
This
had
was
a little bit more
what
price action.
expected, wasn't it? Yeah, it was expected, kind of, for them to break it
So
down a bit.
we actually have quite a few buy orders on the level 2. The problem is that slapping the ask is really the ideal thing for pushing price upwards. These really act more as like walls to prevent price from going down further. So if a lot of this volume that's over here on this bid side was actually just buying at the current price or higher, we would see the ask side get hit pretty hard, and price would start to move back up again. So I guess what I'm trying to say in a roundabout way is that price has the ability to be able to move up based off the buy orders that are set up right now. But it seems to me like somebody wants to try and get in at a lower price than where we're at currently. And so there's just a bunch of orders that are stuck below where we're at currently in price. So that's what
they just made 14,000 disappear.
Yeah.
Both 10 seconds ago.
That's what's going to cause limit orders can cause price to move downwards. For those, and I've talked about this in the past on occasion. When you set up a limit order for a price lower than what the current price is, you're helping to drive price down, because you're saying I demand shares, but I demand them at a cheaper price. So remember that when you're setting up orders, that if you want to see price improvement, or you want to see price moving upwards, the setting up of limit orders at a price lower than where we're currently at in price will cause the market to want to try to fill those orders at lower prices. I'm not suggesting that you have to slap that ask. I'm just letting you know what it does.
I would suggest that most of these big orders are institutional orders, because they just moved the ones from 690 down to 680.
Yeah.
21,000. It was 21,000 for the last 10 minutes. And it just, the ones at 680 appeared, and the ones at 690 disappeared.
Yeah. Let me scroll down this list too and see what others there are set up down there. Oh yeah, there's some big orders down the list. A lot of buy walls too, though. In total, the order book's saying we've got about 110,000 in orders on the bid and ask side. Actually, no, 200, because I think this is the level of the orders right here, and the bid and the ask are representing like 110, so like 220 in orders, 220,000 shares. It's a lot of shares. All right, so while I was out and about, I did some reading as I was sitting there waiting, and some of the reading talked about the current 8K report that was filed by AMC. I think gave some clarity to where I don't think I need to send a letter to Meriwether in reference to that 1.6 million. Basically, it looks to me like they sold 1.6 million roughly in shares. There was an exact number here, and I'm looking for it right now because I read it in the car earlier. Let me see it. See where it is. There was 4 different. Let me see if I can find it. I saw an exact number, and I don't see it now where I'm looking, but there was like 1.6 million shares that they sold for an additional drop in lean notes. Where is it? Why can't I find this? So it's saying here that they let me pull this up on this main screen so you guys can see this.
12.275 million.
All right, here we go. I guess there we go. So the actual amount of shares sold was 48. It wasn't just 48 million. It was 48,030,843 shares. And what was the number you were saying?
For the debt was 12.275 million.
Okay. Yeah. Oops. Right here. I see that. Here it is. 1.568591. So I'm not sure. I'm assuming that these are two different events, right? Like it seems to me like they're saying that they sold. I keep losing the numbers. Okay, here's the 1.5. Hold on. Can I do this? Let's see if I can do this. Mark it red. It doesn't want to show up. Let's mark it a different color. Let's try yellow. That works. All right, so we got yellow set up for that one. And then the other amount of shares we got right here, we'll mark this yellow as well. All right, so we have two different actions that occurred. One was selling or giving 1,568,591 shares to release the company of debt of 12.275 million in debt, which gave the share value a price of about $8.19 per share, which was better than the rate that they got on their own when they were selling 48 million shares at a price of $7.29. And of that 48,030,843 shares, they disclosed that they made 350 million. Some of that money, of that 350 million, was used to pay down other debt. 50 million in debt right here. So they did 50 million plus the 12 in total. It came out to 62.28 million in total. It says right here, combined with the exchange transactions during the fourth quarter of 2023, the company reduced the principal amount of its debt by approximately 62.28 million. So I think what we need to do is we need to add these shares, because it seems to me like they may have sold actually about 49.6-ish million shares in total, which means that I need to go in and revise my numbers. Of course, that would be a question that we would probably need to ask John Merriweather as to whether or not that's the correct number or what the actual correct number of shares is. Or we could just wait till the next earnings report and find out. But I'm gonna put in the actual value here. Put the numbers that I think that we're supposed to have. So it looks to me like in total, let me just get my calculator out. 1,568,591 plus 48,030,843. Okay, so the exact number of shares that were sold is 49,599,434, which means that I need to alter this number here to reflect that correct number of shares sold to get my formula to come out correctly, which we'll have to kind of fudge the numbers a little bit to figure out what that is. Oops, that's not the right one to change. Let's try 780. Too much. Too little, I mean. Oops. Man, I'm fat fingering. 7.2. Okay, $8. So $8. 820 is too little, so it's gonna be like 810-ish, really close. We'll do like 811.
What number are you looking for?
814. It's gonna be 809. 808. That's close. That's really, really close. What I'm looking for is to see to give us an exact amount of shares that we would need to have or a price that we would need to have in order to get a market cap of about 2 billion. What would we need to have in price? All right. So I'm basically trying to figure out like where price should be trading at right now in contrast to November 8th's market cap to align things a little bit here. So we're basically trading like almost $1 underneath it. So give me just a second here. I'm real close to figuring it out. It's 8 point.
I could do some simple math for you. The guys who had debt and they traded it straight across for shares valued it at 819.
Yeah, I know. I already put that in. I already put in 819 earlier this morning, but it doesn't make sense though. It's going to be
Well, it made sense to the people who exchanged the debt, so they think that that's the value of the company.
Right.
At least.
Which is what it should be. I mean, that would be accurate. Like the company should be trading at about the same market cap as what it was prior to dilution in the first place. Market cap, that's the valuation of a company. It shouldn't change, period, right? So the market should be trading it very similar. So 818,
yeah.
Yeah, 818 would be in the ballpark, but not quite right though, but yeah. And I think 807 is going to be too little. So it's going to be like in between 807 and 808, so it's going to be like 807 and some change. But
just listen to censored content, man.
Why? He's not trying to figure out what I'm trying to figure out.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. Well, you say answers one day and then you come in the next day saying it doesn't matter. So which is it? What do you want? I don't know what you want.
Whatever you want is what I want.
Okay. Well, then I'm working on it. So yeah. It looks to me like 807, really close to 807 would be the right number. It's in between 807, 808, and that would give us the right amount of shares that should have been sold into the marketplace or thereabouts, and it would mean that we're being undervalued right now by about let's see, I got to put in the right number in here at $6.88. That's not what I wanted to change. Which one did I have? This one? Yeah. At $6.89, we're being undervalued by about 300 million or thereabouts. So it's getting a little bit closer. If we were to put in a number that would directly reflect the 350 million, we might figure out what price they want to try and take this down to show that the company sold or made 350 million. And if we were to put in a different price of like 670, let's see, we need to make this, yeah, that's really close. That's almost dead on. It looks to me like the market wants to try to take the price down to about 665. And the reason being is that at 665, that's the $350 million that AMC tried to raise. Difference between the market cap prior to the capital raising and after, pre and post capital. And this 8.61, in case you're wondering what that is, percent, that's what I'm kind of expecting the short-term interest of the free float to drop down by once we do have the total amount of shares reflecting the correct amount of outstanding shares. Good morning, Yucca. How you doing today?
Good morning.
Welcome. So we should see an update. Most reporting entities don't change their outstanding share numbers until the end of the month. So my best guess is that we'll probably see a lot of the market caps stay incorrectly reported up until the end of this month. So starting the new year, we'll probably start seeing the correct reported amount of shares. That's still being misreported currently, even though the filing went through. None of these, I don't think I've ever seen any of these institutions or reporting facilities to ever report the correct numbers until the month is over.
Pro Jeweler is just throwing some type of beast number out there.
Let's see here. 666. Yeah. Hey, it was nice. My mechanic gave me a car ride home. That was nice. Didn't have to ride my bike.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I didn't have to ride my bike. I thought that was kind of cool.
Did you sit on his lap?
No, but so I own a Toyota Tacoma. In the past, he's always had a Toyota Tacoma, and today he showed up in a Toyota Prius. And I was like, I never would have taken you for a Toyota Prius kind of guy. And he goes, yeah, it's actually a really great car. He goes, it's the least amount of, it's probably one of the cars that I see the least amount of. He goes, it's a really great car. It lasts a long time. And he goes, you can get hundreds of thousands of miles on, he said a couple 100,000 miles off of a battery on one of those. And so I asked him, I go, well, I guess that means I need to go get myself a Toyota Prius. And he goes, not if you want to put me out of work. So,
I thought you would probably have had whispered under your breath, sucker.
I do that after he fixes the truck, not before.
Is it close by? Couple of miles? What is it? You
Yeah,
walked it?
yeah, I could have walked it, but I would have rather have ridden a bike. I live on like one side of a major highway, and he's on the other side. But you have to take like a frontage road, like a mile up the road, and then come a mile back down, and to get to where he's at, because he's like on the exact opposite side of me from on the freeway. So. But yeah,
when did he say he's gonna have it ready?
He didn't. I mean, this is the thing when you've got an old vehicle like this, he's gonna have to go get the parts, and it's gonna take a while. I imagine.
Oh no!
I'll probably be out of vehicle. I'll be out of vehicle for at least a week.
He's gonna charge a storage fee.
Nah, he never does that. He doesn't do that for me.
He's gonna, driving in that Prius, that's an expensive vehicle.
I don't think that's expensive. He charges you $500 for it. Oh man.
Yeah, it's not that easy. He said, just cross the freeway.
Wanderbread said some of those Priuses are bulletproof. Certain years are indestructible. Every time Pirate says you get a free handbag and matching heels with every Prius purchase. I'm in.
Yeah. Are giving free fanny packs.
Count me in if that's the case.
Well, no, that's with Teslas. I think Elon's giving a free fanny pack.
Free fanny packs on Teslas.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the main reasons why I bought Toyota in the first place. Is I'm a big fan of
the fanny pack.
No, I'm a big fan of cars that don't require like heavy maintenance constantly.
Yeah, you're right. That's why I bought the Nissan. I don't have to do anything to it. I haven't changed the oil on that guy for since I bought it.
Okay, well, I'll ask. How long ago did you buy it?
Yeah, it's been 5 years or so.
Oh my gosh.
Where's the oil?
You need to go get the oil change, man. There's no way. I don't believe you anymore. I think you're just telling stories.
But it doesn't have a leak, so the oil is not going anywhere. It's still inside.
Oh no. No.
Why would you change the oil?
Well,
if it doesn't require,
this is what my sister said when she first graduated high school and she was driving around her brand new Jetta for like 3 years without ever changing the oil, and I'm not even kidding you, it was 3 years. And we were driving up from San Francisco. I picked her up in San Francisco to take her up to. We were going to drive all the way up to Oregon, where I lived. And she goes, my engine light it just came on. I go, okay, well, let's pull over and we'll check it out. We pulled into a Walmart parking center, and I opened up her hood and I looked at the oil, and there was no mark. There was 0 mark on the oil dipstick. And I said, when was the last time you got your oil changed? She goes, what do you mean? I said, how long have you had this car. She goes, since I turned 16. And I was like, you're 18 now. I'm like, you gotta change your oil. And so I went into Walmart and I picked up. I kind of figured, like most cars are somewhere between, I don't know, around 4 quarts, right? So I picked up 4 quarts of oil, and I dumped all 4 quarts, and it barely was registering any kind of oil whatsoever. And I went back
See, that's
in
the thing.
and bought another 2
Who took
quarts.
the oil?
Huh? The engine,
the
man.
oil?
The engine burns up oil over time. All your parts, all your moving parts in your vehicle, not all of them, but I mean, a lot of moving parts in your vehicle take oil, then use oil to keep them lubricated. So you got to keep oil in, you got to maintain your oil levels, and you also need to make sure you have, get oil changes so that when the oil gets nice and dark, it's not running through there like sludge. Wonder Bread says, surprised it wasn't knocking. I know, Wonder Bread, me too.
I thought it was just, getting better with the knocking. I thought it was just like, okay, finally, where it's maturing.
It's seasoned oil. Seasoned, yeah. I mean, who wouldn't want seasoned oil? I mean, it's like it makes for better cooking, or who knows?
Yeah, bacon. You can make bacon with that.
It's broken in you. Just think about it like this. If you change out the oil for the fries, then you should probably change out the oil for your car. Just saying. It makes a difference.
It's a big difference. Fries, it's out in the open. The oil is enclosed. Shouldn't go anywhere.
Yuck, you're gonna make me blow boogers all over my screens. I'm gonna laugh too hard and it's just blow up.
All right. Well, I guess I should take it to the mechanic.
Yeah, well, just at this point, if you've really been running it for 3 years without an oil change, you definitely should be taking it to a mechanic. Otherwise, I would say just take it in and just do the quick oil change places. But I don't know with this 3 years. You're feeding me.
I don't know. He's gonna charge me now. He's gonna charge me for all those 5 years that I haven't changed the oil.
More than likely. Yep. To fix some of the things that maybe need to be fixed.
Yeah, he's gonna retroactive charge me. Say you haven't brought it for 5 years. Yeah, I don't know about that.
You're killing me, Yucca. Jay Cruff said, who's boogers? Jack off. Sorry, Jack off.
Whoa!
I went back to J Cruff or dry Cruff again. The only knocking sounds Yucca ever hears is the ones in his knees.
Look who just shut up numbers time, Mr. Bob White.
Bob showed up? What do you mean? He showed up in here? It's
No.
numbers.
I mean,
it's numbers.
Numbers within the chat.
Oh, it's not jack off. It's it's jerk off. Okay, jerk off. I like jack off better.
What's the difference? Jack, jerk.
Well, one you're doing to yourself, and one you're doing to somebody else.
Okay, makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Numbers time.
Okay, let's do numbers. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen. I just went through and refreshed a couple different things and noticed that I didn't have to log in, so I'm not going to give you guys a two-factor authentication speech, although I would highly recommend it. Do what you will. It's your own money. It's your own account. It's your choice. Give me a second here while I wait for this options data to upload. when I took auto shop in high school, and back in like 1993 or 94 or something like that, my auto shop teacher said, and I think things have changed a little bit now, but he said every 3,000 miles or every 3 months, whichever comes last. He said everybody tries to tell you whichever comes first. He goes, you don't need to change your oil, especially with a lot of the synthetic oils that they have nowadays. You don't need to change it that often. It's just simply a ploy to try and get you to change out your oil more often than you need to. He goes, don't do whichever comes first, do whichever comes last. And so ever since then, I've always changed out based on whatever. Because I usually run my vehicles low mileage. So 3 months is usually the first thing that comes last. So that's what I do now. Or I'm sorry, the mileage comes last, not the 3 months. So I usually go to the 3,000 miles. Unless I'm doing something like the 5,000 mile. Now they have a lot of different synthetics that do like 5,000 miles, but yeah, Dario says I would say five. A lot of, and again, like I said, Dario, I'm saying what it was back in 1994. It was 3,000. It was 3 months or 3,000 miles. Now with a lot of the synthetics these days, it's like 5,000 miles. So it just kind of depends, right? All right, numbers. I've updated everything here. Let's take a look at off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see at 11 o'clock in the morning, we usually have about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. And currently we have 49.38% going through off exchange. EDGX is 8.57. The combined total is 57.95%. Excuse me. Or about 4.05% less than I would expect it to be. About 302 shares going through CHX. Not a whole lot. GME's CHX volume for the day today is 512. Again, a low number. Taking a look at Ortex. This will be the first time I've looked at it this morning, so I have no idea what the numbers were earlier. But as of right now, it's showing about 97,000 shares having been returned so far for the day today. Again, like I said, I have no idea what it was before. Yesterday, we had about 93,000 shares borrowed. Actually, you know what? I didn't go through the numbers. What's that?
Casey, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
1.6 million shares traded straight across for debt.
Yeah.
Also, possibly somebody who's shorting the company, right?
Potentially, it could be, but it did state.
Is there any?
Did you read how it said that the company who or the whoever that they had dealt with already held the position with AMC? Did you read that?
Already held a position?
Yeah, already holds a long position on AMC.
Okay.
I don't know if you read that or not.
I was just wondering if. No, I didn't.
Okay. Pretty sure I read that in there.
But,
we can go back and look for it here in a minute.
I was just wondering if there was any specific dates where there was a large amount returned.
There might have been. Yeah, there was some dates where there were some large returns. Yeah. Yep, there was.
Just because they have a long position doesn't mean they also don't have a short position.
Absolutely. In fact, a lot of times companies do hedge.
They hedge on both sides. They'll have shares down the middle, and they'll have calls and puts.
Yep. So. Absolutely. Let me start on the top left-hand side. I realized I kind of started this. I didn't do a rundown of the full numbers since market open, and I usually go over all the numbers on the page here after the market opens. So let me go ahead and do that. With price predictions yesterday, everybody had a price prediction that kind of covered somebody else, so nobody was eligible for an extra bonus point. So everybody got a price prediction tally point from yesterday. Twisty, however, was 10 cents within the price prediction. He was the closest and also the largest price predictor for the day yesterday. Short exempt volume was up this morning to 266.1 thousand shares. Utilization was up 24.28%, which was not full percent. I'll show you the numbers here in a minute. Day-over-day price increase, we were up 2.6% for the day yesterday. Max Payne increased this morning from 650 to 7. I just gave you the off exchange numbers. Let's update the institutional ownership and see what that's looking like. Earlier this morning, it was being reported at 41.707 million shares. Now 41.691. It keeps fluctuating back and forth here. Keeps fluctuating on either side of 41.7 million. It just keeps going back and forth. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far the day today. Wow. There is a lot of call volume at a $9 strike today. We already have 50,000 contracts by 11 o'clock in the morning. That's insane. Yesterday we had, towards the end of the day, we had about 54,000 contracts. So we're already setting a precedent here for potentially beating yesterday's volume at a $9 strike in calls. Highest amount of puts coming in volume at a $6 strike. That is down from 6.5 from yesterday. And there's currently 3.6 thousand contracts in volume. Let me scroll up just a tad bit here to see. I want to make sure, see what kind of volume we have at a $2 strike. Okay, nothing. Okay. Just checking. All right. Moving on. Let me move some pages around here. That one. I have no idea how many shares got borrowed. We saw quite a few shares borrowed earlier this morning. Since I'm a little bit behind on some of the information right now, since I was gone, we'll just have to kind of take some guesses on a few different things. But let's take a look at Ortex. Here's the 97,000 shares having been borrowed so far, or returned so far for the day today. That's really not going to impact the estimated short share of the free float too much, which is just being reported at 10.72%. Cost to borrow mins at 1.25%, average is 1.25%, and max is 1.25, which means usually whenever you have all three of those the same number, it means that they've only done one borrow for the day. The 27,000 shares that are showing up right now, having been borrowed, are likely the only borrows. Let's take a look at why we saw a big shift up in exchange reported short interest. Let me actually refresh this one more time. I hate it when it leaves that cloud up there like that. It doesn't... For some reason or another, it doesn't want to get rid of it. There we go. So we had an exchange reported short interest reporting. It was higher than what was anticipated. Here's what was here's what was estimated. That's not it. This one. And you can see that the total amount of short interest was higher than what was anticipated. Hence the correction day over day in our estimated short share interest of the free float, which rose from 19.58 to 21.23 million shares, is what. So a little bit of an increase, and you're going to see that in the estimated short share interest of the free float reported today. Here's our utilization day over day driving up from 23.72 to 24.28. On loan amount day over day increased very slightly from 10.53 million to 10.58, so about 50,000 new shares on loan. Again, the estimated short share interest of the free float is going to be driving up here due to the fact that that exchange reported short interest was higher than anticipated. So we saw Ortex now estimating going from 9.9% all the way up to 10.74, which would be the equivalent of about 2.21 million shares. We have a better idea right now on how many outstanding shares there might be. I would suggest that there's probably something very close to about 248 million shares outstanding now. I think that number is correct.
Yeah, so that drops your short interest down to 8.6.
Yeah, I had 8.61 earlier this morning, but I was basing it off of a different number. So yeah, that's what I'm kind of getting to, is about 8.6. So we have, we should be seeing that change eventually once the correct reported amount of shares are reflected. We'll see a drop in that number. On loan average age per day still increasing. Anytime you borrow new shares, and if you don't borrow a lot, your on loan average age per day is going to increase. It went from 32.06 to 34. And then the security lending volume increased day over day from 1.31 million shares to 1.81. MMRI was at 270.18 earlier this morning when we took a look at it. Now showing 273 even. The spread when I looked at it this morning between the 2-year and 10-year yield was 0.496, which was a little bit of an increase on that spread. More inverted. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only looking for AMC and GME on this list here as I scroll through the list. Take a mental note of how many securities are being bought versus sold. Neither AMC nor GME appear on this list. And that could be due to low quantities of volume. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $6.40. Shares available to borrow is at 6.4 million shares available to borrow. Earlier today, those shares were some of those shares that we saw that were borrowed this morning in a total of about 4.7 million shares. Looks like many of them were returned. We have had another borrowing of about 100,000 shares here, another 100 and another 100 here. So another 300,000 shares in since market open. So we're looking at a total of about 5 million shares in total borrowed for the day today. Fees are at 0.8%. And we currently have 142.3 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 2.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 33.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. I mean, if you wanted if you wanted an example of somebody making out crap tons right now due to the fact that they're collecting on premiums, I can't think of a better time or case to show you where that would be the case. There's hardly anybody winning on options right now. Hardly anybody. I can't begin to stress how useless that's been as a tool for retail to try and make money. Taking a look at the different indexes. NASDAQ is up 0.13. Dow Jones is up 0.39. The S&P 500 is up 0.14. We have 3,613 decliners to 2,357 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing right now. Of the Mag 7, 5 of the 7 are in the green. 2 of which are borderline. Big bank movers for the day today. Anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. FRC is up 54.05. And that might be the only one that we talk about. Yep. Silver down 0.31 and trending down. Gold is down 0.13, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 0.57, trending down. US dollar is down 0.21 and trending. Looks to me like it's starting to consolidate a little bit after trending down. Oil is down 5.05 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.18 to 0.28 and consolidating after uptrends. SPY is up 0.14, consolidating after an uptrend. VIX is down 4.43 and trending down. Where's the opening market time today? Looks like we gapped down at market open this morning and have been trending down ever since. VBR is down 0.23 and starting to trend down. VB is down 0.26 and trending down. Tesla is down 2.04, and it looks like it's kind of it's in a little bit of a downtrend right now. Amazon is up 0.36 and consolidating after an uptrend. Cinemark is down 1.25 and trending down. Doge is down 2.58 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.4, trending down. GME is up 0.5 and looks like it's trying to break a trend down and get a reversal to the top side. HYMC is down 3.98, trending down. NCMI is down 1.94, trending down. Hood is up 0.3 and trending up. AMC is down 3.23 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day is approximately $100,000 more inflow than outflow. 6.29 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 168 minutes worth of trading puts us on a pace for about 14.6 million shares traded by the end of the day. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares traded. I don't. This is going to be a very low volume traded day unless volume pops up out of nowhere. On a 4-hour chart, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI 44.97, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI 37.75, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI 31.89, which is below average. And in a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, than RSI 32.94, which is below average. Ichimoto. Lagging line needs to be above price line. It is below. Conversion needs to be above baseline. It is low. One of the things that we're going to be seeing here, we had a little bit of a green cloud forming. The chances of trying to get price to push through this, you know what? This is on a 5-minute interval. My bad. I wanted 1 hour. I was like, this chart doesn't look right. Lagging line is below price line. Conversion is below base. Price broke down. Even though we were above a red cloud, price broke down through a red cloud and is now currently underneath that red cloud. There is a temporary short-term green cloud ahead. This is not bullish. This is actually pretty bearish to move down through a red cloud like this when normally price should be moving up through a red cloud. This would, whenever the lagging line hit price line, that would have probably caused the selling pressure that we ended up seeing right here. You can see there's a big dip leading into this point in price movement right here, and this would have been sending a signal to not buy. So we didn't get the buying pressure that we would have needed in order to see momentum upwards. In order for this to be a buy signal for the day-to-day, we need to see $7.35 or higher to maintain keeping that lagging line above price line. This may be a temporary push down due to this green cloud, but we should be seeing some upwards momentum, I would suspect, over the next day or so. On a 4-hour chart, we have lagging line below price line. Conversion is below base. And price did move down through. We moved up through a red cloud and moving down through a green cloud. And we have red cloud forming in the next 2 days from now. So we may see price moving towards that price point that I suggested to you an hour ago or so, it seems like now. We may be moving towards that price of around, I don't know what oh, 665. We may be, it seems like to me like the market's trying to target that 665 price range for a market cap of around 1.65 billion, which would be $350 million less than the 2 billion market cap that we had November 8th. And then we may see price trade normally after that normalization at around 665. And with that, that's all I've got for you guys. I think that's going to be kind of like I think we'll see a bottom there around that 665 range. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Rex, good morning to you, sir. Good to see you. Let's see.
Good morning, you filthy apes.
Did Casey ever change his reindeer oil? Oh, they get their oil changed all the time, but they take care of it on their own. Adam Aaron tweeted X. Let's see here. I'm sure this is going to create controversy. there's always some kind of something about some of these different things. This is what was tweeted out here. He said, yesterday we announced that AMC fully completed its $350 million at the market equity raise, which commenced November 9th. That brings the total cash raise since September 1 to $675 million and a total to $865 million cash raised in the calendar year of 2023. All three figures are... Oh, I didn't read the rest of this. Hold on a second here. My bad. Hold on a second. I didn't realize there was more. Let's see. All three figures are prior... Oh, son of a gun. Hold on. There we go. All three figures are prior to bankers' commissions, legal fees, and related costs. We realize that there are some who question these strategies in social media, and sometimes loudly, but they do not shoulder the responsibility of guiding a multi-billion-dollar enterprise through a highly challenging circumstances, and they fundamentally do not understand how absolutely vital, indeed essential, it is that AMC have robust cash reserves. Having ample cash on hand is the single best arrow in our quiver to withstand the pressure caused by an industry-wide box office that is still more than 20% below pre-COVID levels, combined with 5 months of writers and actors strikes that crippled film production in 2023. Our successful raising of a boatload a boat. I said butt. A boatload of I would have said a buttload. A buttload of cash is extremely good news to relay to those who care about AMC's future, and correspondingly extremely bad news to those who wish AMC harm. And he put out a picture of 865, which is the total amount of cash raised in 2023. And of course, you know, the conspiracy theorists out there are going to be looking up this image to do a reverse image search on this to see what it's corresponding to. Because I just know that's how our community works, and it'll drive some kind of people talking about something. Bob, take care. Makala, how's it going? $12.13 is Taylor Swift's birthday. How about a TS Christmas song, Casey? Yeah, why not? I'll look for one of those. We'll play a TS Christmas song for her birthday. Good recommendation. Let me write it down. TS birthday. I mean, we could always say happy birthday to her, too. Why not? I think there's a reason why they release it when they release it, Tank Dog. I don't think they're allowed to release that kind of information during market hours. I don't think. Don't press me on that, because I'm not 100% certain, but I think there's regulations on when they can announce that stuff. I would say, you know, wishing for something to be the case when it's not even a possibility is more dangerous than and especially pushing that kind of, like, you know, that feeling or wishing without even knowing whether or not it's a possibility is kind of weird, right? Like you know, don't wish for something that's impossible. If they can't release the data, they just can't release the data. Twisty, we'll see you late tomorrow. That's tomorrow, man. 13th is tomorrow. Are you ready? Hopefully you guys are all ready for your Christmas shopping. I think I got a lot of mine done, but I'm not all done yet. Trying. Speaking of which, yesterday, and I didn't even realize this, yesterday would have been a great day to say 2 weeks until Christmas. Now I have to say 13 days. Hope you guys are doing your countdowns. Andrew says, "Are you going to see Wonka with the wife?" I'm going to go see it with the whole family. I can't wait. I've been looking forward to seeing that one. My wife, I think she was thinking that the movie was just going to be like another remake, and I told her, I was like, no, it's like the prequel of the original movie. Like, you know, kind of giving us an idea as to like how the whole company got started and everything. Shoot, I just forgot what they were called. The Oompa Loompas, where the Oompa Loompas came from and all that kind of good stuff. And I'm like, I think it's going to be kind of interesting. So she didn't realize what it was. I think there might be a lot of people that don't understand that it's a kind of a prequel movie. So I'm looking forward to it. Knights of Sidonia says, OMG, 13 days, WTF, where did this year go? Yeah. Barry Electronics is throwing money and gift cards. You know, a lot of kids like that nowadays. For whatever reason. I think it's like they like the idea of going out and buying their own gifts or getting what it is that they want instead of somebody else getting them a gift and then being grateful for it, I guess. I don't know. It's a different day and age. I feel like in my family, growing up, a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times, not, you know, gifts that were given to us were oftentimes taken back to stores. And then we'd end up getting what we wanted. Usually the parents were really good about the big main gift. Whatever the big main gift was usually right on the money. Like nobody wanted to take that back, but I do remember this specifically, and if my mom's listening, she'll get a little chuckle out of this. I do specifically remember one year when they got us our first home computer, and we thought we were getting a horse. Us kids were a little disappointed that we weren't getting a horse and that we instead had this computer, which we had no idea what we could do with it. Later, I found out that the computer ended up being what my whole life revolved around, and I'm way grateful that it wasn't a horse. Parrot says, I give my best friend 10,000 and we have a beer, then he gives me 10,000 and we have another. That's cool. That's cool. Does he hand it right back to you? Or does he ever give you the 10,000 first and then you just like, I think that would be really funny. Like what if 1 year you make him go first, but then your card only has $9,000 in it. Like that would be funnier. Andrew says, I'm seeing it again with Thursday with my son. It's that good. I don't know what day this week is going to be a good day for us, but let me... Now you got me looking... I'm probably gonna take a noon lunch, guys, and then because I'm super hungry right now, I normally would be eating at this time. So I'm gonna take a noon lunch, and then I'll just take that one break, and then I'll be done for the day. I'll finish out the day. Now playing. My theater doesn't have. My theater doesn't have it listed. Must be under coming soon. What the heck? Oh, there it is. You saw the early release. December 15th is the first day we could see it. What is that, Friday? Oh, I've got movie dates here for the 14th, so we could see it as early as Thursday. All right. We'll have to see what the kids say. Maybe we could go like. Andrew, quick question.
Have you seen Leave the World Behind?
No, I didn't see it yet. I always save that really good stuff for when my wife gets off work and she doesn't get off until tomorrow night. So I wouldn't even have a chance to see it until tomorrow night. I try not to watch good stuff until she shows up, and then that way I don't want to watch something. She'll never watch it if I watch it first. So I try not to. Yeah, I try not to leave her out of things. So, yeah. Andrew, quick question for you. Do you recommend seeing it in Dolby, or is like just the regular screen okay? What were you going to say, Yucca?
No, I was going to ask Andrew, do you recommend popcorn or something else?
Well, he said the AMC had the popcorn Wonka hat, so it sounds like he got popcorn.
Okay, that's good.
He's saying Dolby exclamation points. All right, I'll make sure and let the kids know that you said Dolby. Oh shoot! I forgot to show you guys my. I hardly ever talk about the girls on here. Did you guys see the video I posted up twice in the Nut House? It doesn't look like anybody responded to it. So let me play this for you real quick, and then I'll go over and take a look at what Twisty put up. Here you get to see the goofballs that my daughters are here. Let me play it. It's kind of good with the sound.
Keep a fadeaway shot cause we ballin' this platinum Patron every hour. Look, mama, ow, you just like the flowers. Girl, you the truth with all that goody powers. Spin my head right round when you go down,
I don't know if that's I don't know if your kids are crazy like that or not, but my kids are definitely a little crazy. I was like, you gotta send that to me so I can post that. I was like, you guys are nuts. I guess they got to school early the other day, driving to school, and had some spare time to make themselves a little video of them doing funny stuff. Let me see here.
Those are your kids?
Yep. That's two of them.
Those are white kids.
Really?
I thought you were black.
Oh, well, you got fooled, sir.
Oh. Okay, guess.
Let's see here. We got oh, I've seen this before. I watched this video. This is what Twisty is sending here. Son of a gun. This is what Twisty is sending. I've seen this before. I swear, I think I saw this like, man, it was like, I feel like it was 10 years ago. And I was just sitting there. I had to watch it like 3 or 4 times because I was just sitting there in disbelief that this was for real. Cybergoth Christmas Party. By the way, I've actually seen the real video because I remember the real video. It didn't have this kind of music playing.
These are your kids too?
No.
They do look like your kids.
Nope.
Yeah, these are your kids. Don't disown them.
Yep, not my kids.
Yeah, these are your kids. Definitely your kids. Don't disown your kids, Casey. Come
Yeah,
on.
not my kids. I can't even take that music anymore. I hate that song so much. We were driving down the road the other day, and my kids wanted to turn on Christmas music because we were going to the Trail Lights in Austin. And that song came on, and I made them turn it off. I was like, I'm turning off the radio, or you turn the song. I don't care which, but something's happening. And they got all pissed off at me that I didn't want to listen to that damn song. They're like, we only have so many skips. Well, I don't care. Skip it. It's like, that's like one song I just cannot stand to hear anymore. It is way over. It's not a bad song. It's actually a really decent song. It's just way overplayed. If they wouldn't play it as much, I probably would enjoy it more.
Hey, Casey, it's Medro.
What's going on?
I got a tidbit for you.
What you got?
I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's right.
865. Do you know what that means?
Here we go.
I'm telling you.
Here we go. All right, let's hear 865. What do we got? What do we got?
Ready? I want you guys to write this down.
All right, I got my. Can I do this on paper and pen, or do I need? Where do I get it? Can I just?
Yeah. Just go to Google.
Okay,
I want you to type in 865.
Okay.
Morgan Whalen.
Okay.
The singer, the country.
It's a song. Right.
Well, 865 is
Okay.
Morgan Whalen.
Yep. I got
whatever his name is, the real popular guy.
You want to play it?
Mark it down. Well, that's going to be that's who he's getting ready to get next. You watch it. You watch.
Wait. Hold on a second. Let's play it because I feel like we got to know what the heck it is we're talking about here. Because I don't know this song, so I feel like I need to play it. Let's do it. Let's listen to Morgan Whalen's 865. I knew there were going to be people out there who would just start searching stuff and immediately. All right, here we go. Let's listen. Okay, 865. Is that an area code?
Yeah, Knoxville, Tennessee. Area code for Knoxville, Tennessee.
But this bottle tastes like 865 409 1021. Yeah, one last.
Okay, is this?
Oh.
You're saying he's going to invest into country music?
No. I just think that's going to be his next show, or
The next show is going to be Morgan Wallen.
Yeah, Morgan Whalen. Yeah.
Wallen. He's Wallen.
Yeah, Wallen.
He's Whalen. He's Wallen. It doesn't matter. He's doing it.
He's huge. He's huge. And anyway, let's just write that down. It just seems strange because he put that number there, and it just I bet you that's who it is. And that would be huge.
I guess
that
we'll
would be
see.
huge. That's the country music, or the country music of the equivalent, and not as big, but he's pretty big. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah, let's just see what happens. Let's see what happens.
865, I think that's what it is.
I mean, you could be right. You could be totally right. Maybe the next concert movie is going to be Whalen.
Well, it sounded familiar, and and because both my daughters love him, and I just threw it in there. I said 865, and I put in singer, and sure enough, Morgan Wallen, however you pronounce his name. So anyway, let's see what happens. Go get some lunch.
Well, so Tennessee is like I kind of view Tennessee as being like the country capital. A lot of people like to refer to Tennessee as the music capital of the USA. The problem is that I'm here in Austin, and Austin likes to refer to Austin as the music capital of the United States. So there's kind of this fight over.
They always fight over it.
Yeah, they're fighting over this whole thing, and I don't really know. I would imagine that Austin was, if it is the music capital now, it wasn't in the past. I think Tennessee probably had them beat out, but I mean, who knows? One of the problems I guess I kind of have a little bit though is that these numbers can represent a lot of different things, and the idea that they paid off exactly the right number that they needed to have to get to like a representation of something that is kind of I don't know, maybe it's possible, but I'd be more inclined to believe that that's not the case, but we'll see. We will see. Time will tell.
Oh, I was looking.
But I knew that stuff was going to come out though. The 865s. You just wait. There's going to be all kinds of suggestions. There's going to be like, lawsuits around 865. You could probably type in 865 and type in. Let's see, 865. We'll just type in our favorite word and put in margin. Margin to markup. There we go. All I did in Google was type in 865 margin and immediately popped up margin to markup.
Well, Morgan Wallen and Taylor Swift did a song together, Better Man. So just throwing that at you too. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see. Yeah, when you get a chance, just look at Morgan Wallen, Taylor Swift performing Better Man. But it may be. Let's see what happens. But anyway, I thought I'd put my conspiracy theory in there.
Yeah.
Margin. If it is.
Margin and markup calculator. This calculator shows you how to calculate the profit margin, markup percentage given a specific unit cost and unit price. You can change any of the values below, and it will auto-update all of their inputs. How to calculate margin and margin percentage. There's a whole stuff on that. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you could take this so many different ways. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe that's the secret code for margin call.
Yeah.
I got tickled when I saw that. So I just wanted to see. I just wanted to throw it out there on the table and see what happens.
Yeah. The Funky Pizza says.
Yeah, him and Swifty are friends.
Yeah, they sure are. Funky says why 865. That's how much money that the AMC has managed to be able to pay down in debt over this last year. That was the number that was written in the SEC filing.
Yeah, but he put those 865 in big letters right there. If he would have done, that to me, that rung a bell, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out what it was. And when I put it in there, I put singer. And Morgan Wallen come up, and I said, there you go. Him and Taylor Swift, they did that song together back this summer. And,
oh, really?
Better Man. Yeah. So.
Wait a minute, that's a Pearl Jam song.
I thought Nickelback did it.
Yeah, Nickelback. That's right.
All right. Hey, go get some lunch.
Well, in a little bit. I'll be off here in a little while. Jack says the 865 area code is also the most commonly used area code for IRS phone scam calls.
Wow.
And then Pirate's asking if the Ryman Auditorium is in Texas. I've never heard of it. I probably should know what that is, but I don't know what it is.
No.
Yeah, it's in Tennessee.
Pirate's throwing a shot at you.
Yeah, that's all right. It's not. He can throw as many shots as he wants. I'm not from Texas, and I've never made the claim that Texas is the music central of the United States. But so it doesn't hurt me at all. 2 cents.
Yeah.
I know that that's what it's considered now, though.
Yeah, Nashville's a great trip.
My brother wanted to move there.
Yeah, if you, it's a great place for a vacation. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
There's a lot to do up there, especially if you like music, like you do, and you may not like country music, but they've got just all types.
Yeah.
So, anyway,
I've always thought it was weird that they called it Tennessee. Because I feel like Hollywood and LA has kind of been like a big production center as well for music. So I've always but yet LA has never really considered itself to be a music hub. So, which I think is kind of odd. Whatever.
Yeah. Well, it's like, Atlanta is rap. You got Nashville for country.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think Seattle, if I'm not mistaken, for the rock, I think it's Seattle. Where a lot of those groups, starting. I didn't realize that they were such a big hub for rock music, but they are.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Where's that at? I'm looking it up here. Cleveland, Ohio. Which I remember. I remember. I remember that. Yeah. I remember thinking to myself, like, why in the world Cleveland, Ohio? Of all places. They're like, we need to draw people in to Ohio somehow. Let's put up the Hall of Fame in here. It'll draw people in.
When you talk about, Motown back in the...
Ask a band why.
Detroit.
Cleveland rocks. That's why.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I grew up in Cincinnati. I got up to Cleveland every once in a while. A little bit colder up there, but in the wintertime, oh my God. Yeah, it was rough. You had all that lake effect snow. That's a cold place.
Hey, Jay, did you see that your son showed up the other day? I don't know if you saw that or not.
Yes, and I was throwing some shade in the chat. I was glad to hear. But he didn't sound good. He's still, little tail tucked between the legs. I was worried about him a little bit.
Yeah. So not fully.
I just wanted him to know he's loved and missed.
Yeah. Not fully out of the out of the weeds yet.
That didn't sound like it.
Yeah.
He's probably on there. Damn that Jay Medro! I can hear him right now.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy. Oh. All right. Well, y'all be safe, and I'm here in the chat. So
thank you for that nugget.
But I thought I'd throw that out. Y'all be good. Y'all be safe.
Take care, Jay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Don't forget the country gravy, Medro.
We do what now?
So don't forget the country gravy, baby.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Red eye gravy. If you guys never had red eye gravy, look it up.
I'm looking it up right now. I have no idea what that is. Red eye gravy. Yep. Red eye
gravy made with coffee.
Made with coffee?
You take ham. Yeah. Oh, it's fantastic. Best thing you ever had.
Huh.
That's really good.
Southern red eye gravy recipe.
Ham, you fry a piece of ham, like cured ham, and you fry it.
Uh-huh.
And then you take the drippings from it and a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and add coffee. Yeah, fantastic.
Wait, hold on here. I'm scrolling down. You need 1 slice of country ham and a half a cup of boiling strong black coffee is what the ingredients are necessary to make this. It says, like you said, gather the ingredients in a skillet, fry the ham slice in its own fat over medium heat until nicely browned on both sides. Once cooked, transfer the ham to a warm platter, keeping the drippings in the skillet. Add the boiling black coffee. It says boiling black coffee to the skillet. Deglaze. What does deglaze mean? I don't even know what deglaze. I guess it means.
I'm not sure.
It says deglaze, scraping the bottom and the sides of the skillet to dissolve any particles that develop when you cook the ham.
Okay.
Then it says what is left in the skillet is red-eye gravy,
that
which.
goes in great. Yeah.
So you just want to get rid of like all the charred pieces, charred stuff out, essentially.
Actually, you want that as part of the gravy. You
Okay.
want it to cut loose from the pan, and it's part of the gravy.
Well, let me ask you a question then, because I'm not sure if I fully understand this, but when you serve the ham, are you pouring the gravy on top of it, or are you just cooking it this way and then pulling it out and then eating it without it like do you want it based?
Yeah,
Do you want it basting in it or what?
It's best served on biscuits.
Okay, so you want it soaked up. You want to get the liquid soaked up then.
Actually, yeah. Because in most of the time, people are going to make homemade biscuits. To pour the red-eye gravy over the biscuits.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
And my other question to you is, it says here the ingredients needed is a 1 slice of country ham, and then the other ingredient is a half a cup of boiling strong black coffee. But how do you know like what the ratio really? I mean, I feel like 1 slice of country ham could be different sizes. So how do you know what the right amount of coffee is? What the ratio?
Yeah, when usually when you get a country ham and you cut a full slice,
Mhm.
it will cover most of your iron skillets. So it's not a small piece. I would say it would cover a good cast iron skillet.
Mm-hmm.
So that it's a good chunk. You cut a whole piece off the ham.
Is this basically just give it like a
Now,
sweet, smoky
coffee,
taste?
I guess.
Is that what it is?
It does. I'm telling you, it is. It's so good. I mean, to me, it does. You can't even really taste the coffee. It takes it to a whole nother level. I mean, it is just amazing.
Okay.
But it's pretty salty because of the ham.
Mhm.
But I only eat it during Christmas time. When we have cured ham.
Okay.
So, country ham. Now, you got to make sure it's a country ham, otherwise it's it won't be as good. But they got them at let's see, Buc-ee's has country hams, don't they? I was thinking they did. You got plenty of Buc-ee's over in Texas.
Oh yeah, we got. Well, I mean, not right directly where I live, but there is a lot of Buc-ee's. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, I gotta be careful going in there. I heard where the Buc-ee's, the owner, the guy that owns all those, his son got busted for setting up cameras in all the ladies' bathrooms. A bunch of the store's bathrooms.
Oh.
Yeah.
That dirty perv.
Yeah. And I was like, when you've got that kind of money, is that what you're going to choose to do as far as, spending your time, doing stuff like that? Like you're not going to get caught? Come on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he was doing. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I have to say the Buc-ee's
disappointed.
bathrooms are really nice, though. Have you been in a Buc-ee's bathroom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, the cleanest. I mean, literally, you can eat off the floor.
Now you know why.
Exactly.
They were taking little peep shots.
Hey, I saw this TikTok where this girl was talking about the fact, he got busted. And she said, I don't care. I'm still going to go. If he wants to take a picture of my butthole, let him. But I'm going to my Buc-ee's. I'm like, oh, my God. And that's how I heard about it. Then I looked it up. I'm thinking, oh, wow. So, anyway. I wouldn't be doing that if I had that kind of money. That's for sure. So, anyway, to each his own, I guess.
Yep. I feel like I've
So-
said that in so many occasions about so many different people that have gotten in trouble for things. So I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's shocking to say the least. Some of the things that people do, but
I imagine that when you have enough money or a certain quantity of money that you probably start to feel untouchable or something at some point or another.
that's got to be what it is because where I live, the guy that owns the Coca-Cola distribution in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, he's very wealthy, and his son got busted for. I want to say he was in the restaurant business too, and he got busted, setting up cameras in the girls' restaurant. So I don't get that, but again, to each his own. But I just don't understand what drives people to do stuff like that. But
yeah,
I don't know.
Pirate's asking how's your daughter doing?
Who's asking?
Pirate.
Oh, Amber, my oldest daughter, is doing good. I think he was talking. I think Pirate was talking about. Oh no, he's talking to Tom. He's asking about Tom's daughter.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It does say Tom. You're right. Yep. Sorry, I misread it. I misread it.
Oh no, that's okay. That's okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna let y'all get back to it, and thanks for spending some time with me. But yeah, mark that down because Adam Aaron, he wrote that way too big.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly think that's what it is because Taylor Swift and Morgan Whalen are good buddies.
You might be right.
And I guarantee you. Yeah, and I bet you she said, "Hey, Morgan," because Morgan, I'm telling you, he has a crazy freaking fan base. He's like at the top in the country music scene, and I don't know if there's anybody bigger right now. So, yeah, I ought to go on there and just comment on the post with, "Hey, I know who you're getting." Can I copy you?
Yeah, go for it. You can say whatever you want to say, man. It's free country. Go for it.
Oh, that'd be something. I bet he'd get a chuckle out of that. Yeah, I'll copy you on it. I just have this distinct feeling that we're going to be right.
We'll see if he responds. I mean, who knows? Maybe he'll put a little winky wink in there or something.
Okay. All right, I'm doing it right now. I'll get off here and do it. All right, all you guys take care, and I'll holler at you later.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, bye-bye.
Somebody was asking if they give you mints. Tom says, do they give you a mint? I'm trying to remember. I feel like... No, I don't think they do. No, I'm not driving currently. I am at home. Do I drive in general? Yes, I do. All right. Am I driving the big tramp right now? No, I am driving the sleigh. I am slaying it. Let's take a look at the numbers here, guys. It's time. And I'm getting hungry here, so I'm going to go eat here. You just got done talking about pork, and I actually have some pork chops that I fried up a day or so ago for leftovers waiting for me. That or carnitas. I got both of those. Pork. 2 nights of pork in a row. All right. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange somewhere right around 63% going through there. The numbers are really, really super low today. We have 48.99% going through off exchange, and EDGX is sitting at 9.57. The combined total, and that's 58.56%, or about 4.44% less than it should be by this time of the day. A lot of the extra volume is going into the NASDAQ GSM, which is a global market. Let's see here. CHX volume is 303 shares, nothing unusually large there. GME CHX volume 512 shares, again nothing large. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago there was about 97,000 shares having been returned for the day. That has not changed. It's going to leave the estimated short share interest at 10.72. The cost per hour maximum and average are all 1.25 due to only one loan for the day. Shares on loan right now are at 10.58 million shares. That's approximately 50,000 shares less than it was yesterday. Or I'm sorry, more. Ortex is estimated that about 2.21 million of that was in new short interest. And of course, you're going like, wait a minute, how could you only have 50,000 new shares on loan, but 2.21 million shares in new short interest? Ortex had to reevaluate their estimates based off of the newly reported numbers on short interest being higher than what they were anticipating. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume this last hour was at a strike of $9 with 50,000 contracts already this morning. Very large quantities of volume going through that strike. Let's see what it is now. It's absolutely horrid how long it takes now. An hour ago, again, it was 50,000 contracts. It's now 51.3 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $6 strike with 3.6 thousand contracts. It is now 3.9 thousand contracts. Market is suggesting a closing price between $6 and $9 by the end of the day today. MMRI an hour ago was at 273. It is now 270.88. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for on this list, and neither were on here earlier. I don't expect them to be on here today. I don't think either AMC nor GME are having large quantities of volume orders by retail or in general for the day-to-day. Volume is extremely low. Shares available to borrow sitting at 6.4 million shares available to borrow. Those are returned shares from the last hour. It looks like there was another 100,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. So we're now looking at 5.1 thousand contracts, or sorry, 5.1 thousand, 5.1 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are still at 0.8%. NASDAQ is up 0.3, Dow Jones is up 0.33, and the S&P 500 is up 0.2. We have 3,498 decliners to 2,484 advancers. The market's more advancing this hour than it was last hour. Biggest of the bank movers for the day today, plus or minus 2.5% or greater, is going to get a shout out. FRC is up 62.16, and let's see, that might be the only one that I end up shouting out here. We are starting to see a little bit more red on some of the banks today, but nothing else is going to get a shout out. Nothing else has changed that much. Silver is down 0.28 and starting to consolidate after a downtrend. Gold is down 0.08 and starting to break a downtrend and looking like it wants to move into an uptrend. Ethereum Classic is down 0.68 and also looking like it wants to break a downtrend. Not quite there yet, but it's trying. The US dollar is up down 0.16 and consolidating after a downtrend. Oil is down 5.86 for the day today and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.26 to 0.34. Both of them were moving into a downtrend and suddenly spiked up. Those are some big spikes. Typically speaking, on mortgage-backed securities, we don't see these big spikes that suddenly occur like this. This is kind of an unusual event that occurred here right around 1 o'clock, 13:03 Eastern Standard Time. Both BlackRock and Vanguard's mortgage-backed securities spiked. Not mainly the volumes. I mean, volume also spiked and price spiked on BlackRock's. On Vanguard's, not so much the case. Just price. SPY is up 0.21 and trending up. Also seeing a quick jump there at about the same time that the mortgage-backed security started spiking. Let's go back to the Mag 7 real quick here and just kind of check some of those to see if they spiked. Yep, they did spike during that time as well. Looks to me like we had some kind of event that occurred there at 13:03. VIX is down 5.07% and trending down. VBR is down 0.2 and was consolidating and starting to move up a little bit. VB is down 0.16. Definitely had a spike at that same time at 13:03, and is now starting to trend up. Tesla is down 1.73 and trending up, also seeing that spike at 13:03. Amazon is up 0.54 and trending up, and also seeing a spike at the same time. Cinemark is down 0.82, trending up after breaking a downtrend. Doge is down 2.72 and trending down. It looks like it's may have been some kind of spiking on that as well around the same time. It's still trending down. It wants to try and break the trend, but it's not yet. And then Bitcoin is down 0.91, also trending down, not quite breaking the trend as of yet. GME is up 1.06% and is trending up, and also had the upwards momentum, but not as sharp as some of the other securities. HYMC is down 3.23 and trending down. NCMI is down 1.82 and starting to consolidate a little bit after a downtrend. Hood is down 1.24 and trending down. It got an initial spike on Hood at 13:03, but it wasn't nearly as large as some of the other spikes that we've been seeing. Now it's starting to make a big trend to the bottom side here. And then AMC is down 3.45. 13:03, we didn't really see anything happening on AMC. It's just kind of a little bit of a moving into some period of consolidation right now. For the day today, we have about $300,000 more outflow than inflow. 7.31 million shares traded so far after 220 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 12.95 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.54, which is below or slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.3, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.23, almost signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.84, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. Yucca.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Oh, you just wait. I'll leave here soon. Another break. Jinx. Oh. Yucca, 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 yucca. There we go. I did it 10 times. It's weird saying your name over and over and over. It makes me sound like Fonzie the Bear.
It does.
Jay Midra says, I posted it on Twitter. All right. Well, what?
Are you gonna go have pork?
Pork it is. It's
What are
either
you gonna make? Sliders?
carnitas or pork chops. One of the two. Well, it's not really pork chops. It's like I put like panko breading on the pork and then fried it. So it's like fried fillets of pork, whatever that's called.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's just kind of. I do have. I made some asparagus to go with it, so I've got asparagus to heat up too. But I'll tell you what, though, whenever I make the carnitas, it usually sells so fast that I hate skipping on a meal because everybody else ends up eating it all, and then I don't get any, and it like pisses me off. So I try to eat it when I can. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna be nice today and to eat the pork, because nobody else is gonna eat that.
Leave the asparagus to everybody.
Yeah, nobody else. I'm like the only one who eats the leftovers. If I feel like I'm the vacuum cleaner of the house around here. Like Bruno used to get table scraps, but not anymore after that whole situation we went through earlier this year. So I'm like the vacuum of the house now that cleans out the fridge. And if I don't eat it, nobody else does. I'm the only one who eats it. Every once in a while, we'll have like a leftover night, and that's the only other time where most. Actually, you know what? Come to think of it, usually like one or two of the kids will opt out for something really stupid, simple like chicken nuggets. They'll like heat up chicken nuggets when we're doing leftover nights, so they don't have to eat leftovers. So I'm still like the only person that eats the leftovers. Are you familiar with the Muppets, Yucca?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite character?
Gonzo.
Gonzo?
Yeah, why not?
No, it's okay. It's an okay answer. I mean, if I came across as being dismissive, it was more of a interesting. That's what I meant to say, or the inflection I meant to have.
I mean, he's the only one that I remember. I mean, Miss Piggy, obviously, and Kermit, but...
Do you remember the chef dude? I don't know what his name was.
I do remember the chef.
That's probably his name, Chef. What about Animal?
It was a bird. I do remember Animal.
You didn't like Animal?
I don't know. What's your favorite?
You know those two old dudes up in the balcony?
Yeah.
Those guys used to crack me up. I thought they were so funny. I didn't even understand. Like, I think if I went back and rewatched the humor, I would probably get it more now than when I was a kid, and probably appreciate it a lot more because it was more like the adult humor. But I just thought they were funny. Yeah, the two grumpy pricks in the balcony. Exactly. Those two dudes. They were my favorite. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie. Oh, gosh, shoot. Grumpy Old Men. I love that movie. I think it's hilarious. For some reason, I surround myself around, like, I like to surround myself around grumpy old men because I think they're just absolutely a riot. They're some of the funniest grumpy old people. It makes you laugh. Bernie and Joe. Was that their names? I don't even know what their names were. Is it because you both have the same nose? Maybe that's why. That must be exactly the reason why. In fact, now I'm going to have to go back and look at their noses again because I think that's hilarious that you would say that. Oh yeah, definitely. That's hilarious. Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. Oh man. You see what I'm saying? Gina, they totally make you laugh. You can't stop laughing. It's like it's the comedy just writes itself. They just be themselves and you can't stop from laughing. All right. I think I'm going to throw on some Christmas music for you guys. Yucca, I think I'm going to take off to break, man. Eat some of this pork.
Handle it.
Yeah. I'll see you in a bit. Let me put the message up on the screen for you guys, and I will be back at 1:10. It's unusual though, right? Normally I know normally I'd take my breaks at a little bit. This is going to kind of mess with people a little bit, I think, but due to the fact that I had to go do that car stuff, I got to go eat something now or else I'll get faint, and we don't want that. I'll be passing out on you guys. So let me go, because I don't know about you guys, I'm not a morning person when it comes to eating. So typically speaking, like my first meal will be lunch. So I haven't had anything to eat since dinner last night, and that's except for the cup of coffee that I have in the mornings, but that's usually enough for me to get me through. So like at 11 o'clock lunchtime for me is perfect, and I like that. It's great. I know a lot of people all the time used to tell me like, oh, it's so bad for your blood sugar, and it's like, it works for me. I perfectly like that system. It feels good. I don't have a problem. But if I wait too long, then it becomes problems. So I do know it can be an issue if I wait too long. Let's see here. Breakfast like a king, lunch like a prince, dinner like a pauper. See, I'm the exact opposite, tendies, which is probably really bad for me. You know, I'm the exact opposite. It's more like breakfast like a pauper, lunch like a king, dinner like a, what was the middle one? Prince. That's probably my normal. All right, guys, I will see you. I'll see you back here in about a little less than an hour.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you. Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
MusicVine is the essential music licensing platform for pro filmmakers. Discover the world's top composers and songwriters with industry-leading search tools that speak your language. If you need music for pro video, visit MusicVine.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Oh, gotta stop the music there. Let me take you guys through the numbers. Take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I'm trying to refresh this screen here a little bit earlier than normal. Move a couple screens around. All right, let's take a look at this. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX. We've got pretty low numbers going through off exchange and EDGX today. 50.11% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.18. The combined on that is 59.29%. It's about 4.71% less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is only 903 shares. CHX volume for GME is sitting at 1,093 shares. Both of those numbers are pretty low. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 97,000 shares having been returned. Let's see, it's currently at the same number, 97,000 shares having been returned, no change. It's going to leave the estimated short-term interest of the free float and the cost of borrow numbers all the same. Shares on loan for the day today is at 10.58 million shares. That's 50,000 shares more on loan today than yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 2.21 million of that is in new short interest. Do note that's only because Ortex was estimating low on what short interest values were supposed to be compared to what was just reported on the last 15 trading days, or last 15 reported period of time. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume today coming in, let's see here, coming in at a $9 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 51.3 thousand contracts for the day. It's now 51.4. Very small increase there. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $6.50 strike. That's higher than the $6 that it was before. So $6.50 with... there was 3.9 thousand contracts an hour ago at 6. At 6.50, there's now 5.1 thousand contracts. The market is suggesting a closing price now between 6.50 and 9 by the end of the day. MMRI an hour ago was 270.88. It is now 271.36. Earlier this morning, when I checked the spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield, it was 0.496. Almost 0.5%. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list, and due to low quantities of volume, I would imagine are not going to be on there, and they are not. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $6.40. Shares available to borrow is at 6.3 million shares, and let me just see here. It looks like they did borrow another 100,000 shares here in the last hour. And that puts us at a total of 5.2 million shares borrowed so far for the day. Fees are going to remain at 0.8%. Let me pull that back up real quick. Got to get that scenery going again. NASDAQ is up. Actually, let me refresh this real quick. NASDAQ is up 0.44. Dow Jones is up 0.31. SP 500 is up 0.24. We have 3,414 decliners to 2,630 advancers. The market's more advancing than declining this hour than it was last hour. Of the Mag 7, 5 of the 7 are in the green. Big bank movers for the day today. Anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. We have FRC up 53.15. Everything else is outside that range. Silver is down 0.23 and it's on a slight uptrend. Gold is down 0.09 and also slowly trending upwards as well. Ethereum Classic is up 0.1 0.16 and consolidating after an uptrend. The US dollar is down 0.23 and trending down. Oil is down 4.07% and trending slightly, actually consolidating right now. Consolidating after a trend up. Mortgage-backed securities are down or up anywhere from 0.25 to 0.33 and consolidating. Actually, you know what? BlackRock's is trending up. Vanguard appears to be consolidating after a trend up. SPY is up 0.26 and trending up. VIX is down 6.02 and trending down even further. Breaking, it's almost, it looks like it's going to break sub 10. It kind of makes me want to go back in history here and take a look at like when we've ever seen levels like this. Like I've said before, I think we're witnessing something entirely different than we've ever seen before, and than history has been able to show to us. We'll go back and see, some of the low levels that VIX has ever seen before and seen what's happened during those periods of time. VBR is down 0.02 and trending up. VB is up 0.09, trending up. Tesla is down 1.41, trending up. Amazon is up 0.74, trending up. Cinemark is down 0.69 and starting to consolidate after trending up. Doge is down 2.26 and is consolidating after trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.45, consolidating after a trend down. GME is up 0.93 and consolidating after a trend up. HYMC is down 2.99 and starting to consolidate after a downtrend. NCMI is down 1.82, consolidating after a downtrend. HOOD is down 0.36 and starting to break a downtrend into an uptrend, although it looks like it's trying to reverse back into a downtrend again. On a larger scale, it's definitely in a downtrend here overall. And AMC is down 3.87% and trending down. We're kind of moved into a little bit of a consolidation period after a trend down. Currently, there's $1.2 million more inflow than outflow for the day today. We have 9.31 million shares traded so far after 289 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for about 12.56 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. So we are on pace on that. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI at 43.29, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.03, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 29.78, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.87, which is below average. I want to go back to a weekly on the VIX and just kind of check. Ignore all my lines. It's pretty low. I'm going to zoom in here real close, and I'm going to look at it on a weekly basis. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go to daily. I'm going to go to daily just so I can draw a line right here and give it a nice red color, nice thick bar so I can see this. 11.86. These were some of the numbers that were hit just prior to one of the spikes that we had leading into the 2020 COVID meltdown. You can see I just highlighted them right here. You can see that there's definitely a case for that being, driving that down to that kind of point and then trading down there. I shouldn't say trading, hitting those levels at 11.89 before taking off. Let's go back historically. I think historically speaking, we've actually seen lower lows back before the 2018 bump on VIX that we had. It was hitting 856. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. It definitely seems like this is definitely around 12 does tend to seem to be a significant level of support and resistance there. I can't go back any further. Pretty low numbers. Let's see here. With that, I'll head back to the back of the big tramp.
Welcome back.
Yoga, thank you. Good to be back.
How,
Looking like a pretty boring day today, isn't it?
yeah. How was your day?
My day's going good, man. I just other than that whole truck crap this morning. Oh, by the way, I need a new starter, and it sounds like the bearing's going out on my clutch.
How long have you been driving that?
It's a 1996 Toyota Tacoma, so it's been driving for a while. I've been driving it since I think I bought it in 1999.
And you've changed the oil on the car?
Yes, I have.
That's the problem. You shouldn't be messing with it, man.
I
If
don't.
It's a new vehicle.
Yeah, don't touch it. Leave it be.
Don't do it. Yeah.
I screwed up. I completely screwed up.
Yep. Don't do anything to it. Leave it as is.
Well, I didn't know.
Well, now you know.
And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe.
American heroes.
Fighting to save the day. Hey, look, you can see my arms outside the sleigh, too. Oh, I didn't even notice that before. Oh, wait. I got to match up with the Santa Claus arm there. There we go. Jared says, there goes your warranty.
Yep.
Damn it.
You don't even have 60,000 miles on it, do you?
I think it's like at 198. It's like really close to like switching over to 200K. It might actually be a little bit less than that. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look at it again. But I always said that when I bought this truck that I would drive it into the ground. So I guess I'm attempting to get there.
Are you planning on off-roading?
No. That truck is well beyond the off-roading days.
So you can't drive it into the ground.
It actually it has four-wheel drive. There was a certain point in time where I tried to put it into four-wheel drive and it started making some really awful noises. So I was like, yeah, I'm never doing that again. So I don't even know what's going on with the four-wheel on that thing because I'm not going to even try and use it again ever.
I have 4 wheels on my car.
You got 4 wheels?
What's
That's amazing. How many did your other cars have?
They've all had 4 wheels.
Oh, okay, all right.
But don't they all have 4 wheels?
Yeah, but not all of them have power.
Ah.
Could you put a pair of Kenny faces below the deer? We could try. Yeah, we could try that. We'll make some. Maybe we'll turn them in nut sacks. We'll have them hanging right behind the back end there. Ewan Hawa says, and the price goes down, sucks ass. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of expecting the market to try and take the price down based off of my estimates on what I think the market's targeting for a price. I think they're going to try and take this down to about 665. That would be about $350 million. If the fundamentals, I mean, we all saw that Ken Griffin little thing that he was talking about, how they try to price fix, stocks. If the fundamentals are telling them that they need to target $2 billion in market cap, and the company tries to raise capital for $350 million in equity, then my theory is behind that is that they'll more than likely try to drop the market cap by $350 million and calling that the dilution. Even though we know that several times institutions have already accounted for dilution, and to me that kind of means that with the total amount of shares that should be in existence, which is going to be right around 248 million shares, they're going to be probably targeting a price of about 665, which is really close in the ballpark of where we saw a bottom before. It was around 650. So I think that's what they're targeting, and that's going to account for that dilution that occurred. Yep. You ain't kidding there, Albert. But I mean, if you look at it in terms of how the numbers align, it kind of makes a little bit of sense why they're doing what they're doing, right? Because our price was 1009 with 198 million shares, which gave us a market capitalization of just over 2 billion. If they drop the price down to, and you won't see it on here because I've got it as a part of my formula, but if they drop down, if AMC claims that they made 350 million in shares, and they include that as part of the market capitalization or the value of the company, then they're probably going to drop the market cap to about 350 million down from the 2 billion that it was at, which means to get there, they would have to take the price down to $6.65 to get a market capitalization of 1.65 billion. So that would be my guess. That's what they're going to deem as quote unquote fair market value. But I'll tell you why they're doing this. Majority of it's going to be so that they can kind of push blame onto Adam Aaron, because they're basically what's going to the case that's going to be built now. I can see the FUD already building. The case that's going to be built now is that every time Adam Aaron dilutes, it's going to basically take away from the market capitalization, and therefore basically turn the investors against Adam Aaron by creating this narrative that the dilution is dropping the share price value, and therefore the direct reason for why we're moving where we're moving to in price is because of that dilution. And I would suggest to you guys that that's not the case. The market's just simply trying to create a narrative to suggest why price is moving the way that it is. Tendies Plus Plus says, enjoy being able to buy cheap and make jokes. Yeah, Albert says it would make sense if they did it one time, not when they announce that they are done. Right? We get like tons of different drops in prices. It's like, oh, we're gonna announce we're gonna do the dilution, so then they drop it, right? And then we're done with the dilution, and they drop it more. Well, the idea behind buying at cheaper prices is to reduce your cost per share. And I like how you say for now, because if you are able to reduce your price per share, then ultimately you'll be increasing the amount of money that you can make long term over the period of time as price is rising. Well, that's okay, Albert. Don't worry. I do believe that there's plenty of other retail out there who are buying. So you may have run out of dry powder, and I know that's disappointing. But it's not on. Don't feel like it's all on you. It's not. As a group of investors, I think we all do our part. So you do what you do, and as long as you're keeping the rules, the really good golden rules that I've got on here, especially that number one rule, golden rule number one: only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Why? Time needs to be on your side, and you need to not be focused on what price movement's doing. Right? And so you need to let that time be able to cook and build your squeeze cake that you were going to get out of this. So time needs to be on your side. Tendy says they should just schedule a major announcement, hold a press conference, and then just say to the moon and walk off and see how much they drop for that. Oh, man. Yeah, that would be funny. I'd be all right with that. I don't think they can do that, but I think that would be pretty funny. This is why I will never ever ever be able to be the CEO of a company. I would always want to do things that you're not supposed to do. So I would be like the Elon Musk of a company if I ran it. I would be saying all the things you're not supposed to say and doing all the things you're not supposed to do, breaking the rules. But you know what they say, he who has the gold gets to make the rules, and let me tell you, Elon definitely has the gold. Z-Wade, yeah, so I've gone over a couple times so far today, but I think a lot of this is really just trying to price in the announcement of how many shares were sold in the marketplace. See, this is part of the problem with the... I kind of wish Adam Aaron had stuck to the original game plan of just putting out an amount of shares that it was going to be sold. Because then the market could, so this is the point Albert's making. He says, they dropped the price initially and then they dropped it more. Well, the market had no idea how many shares were going to be sold into the marketplace, so they had no idea how much they could drop the price by, and so the market was probably guesstimating, how many shares were being sold into the marketplace. They had no clue, and then once they found out the real number, now it gives them an ability to be able to target a specific number, and say like, oh, well, look. The valuation should be $350 million less in total capitalization, and so therefore we're going to move the price to $6.68 on average. That's where the going rate should be, and rich person talk. So 665 is what they're going to end up targeting. And if Adam Aaron had stuck to the whole game plan of just saying an exact share amount, it seems to me like he probably needed 350 for some specific reason. That magic number of 350 was probably the reason why he announced 350, because he had no idea how many shares he was going to be able to sell to get to $350 million. And so that's why he probably did what he did. I'm not trying to Monday morning quarterback Adam Aaron. I'm just saying that Normally, when you announce how many shares you're going to sell into the marketplace, the market can account for that and say, like, okay, we're going to drop the price by this much because that's how much it would reduce it would keep the market capitalization the same, and we reduce the price by this much, and everything's all hunky-dory. In this particular case, we don't know how many shares are going to be sold in the marketplace, and once they announced it, they could drop it again. We probably would have seen, if they hadn't, if Adam Aaron had been able to sell less shares, we probably would have seen price move up. Maybe. If they would have given it back to us, I doubt it, but who knows? Tree Fitty. I don't put or use. I don't use. That's probably the right word. I don't use. What is this called? Lip balm, typically. When I was younger, I used to use Blistex because I thought, it was nice. It was nice to, not have chapped lips. And as I'm getting older, my wife, she gave me some of this lip balm that I've got sitting here at the desk, this coconut lip balm. And now I'm using it like constantly, and it's like bothering me because it's like, damn it, it's just lips. Let them chap. I felt like when I was younger, I got addicted to that Blistex, though. So I stopped using it. I hadn't used it in years. Probably over like 30 years now. No, I guess it's less than that. 20 years? 20 years. Oh, attendees, you're going with the bend over, pull down your pants and bend over lips. I'm not talking about those ones. Yeah, kind of Z-Wood. Kind of feels that way. They did ISX. The difference, though, and this is why I kind of mentioned this a couple times before, I kind of wish Adam Aaron was doing the dilution a little bit different. I didn't expect him to do anything different than what he's done because his past history doesn't reflect somebody who understands that you can do dilution in small quantities and get a better desired reaction out of the market in slow dilution. And so I was hoping he was going to do small quantities, but I also believe that he has reasons why he's trying to get large quantities of money over a short period of time. I think there's things he needs to do with that money or have that money available to do something specifically. But what I really wanted to see them do, and this is more along the lines of what Tesla did back in the day, is that when they dropped shares into the market, they dropped 5 or I don't know, somewhere between, I think it was like when I did the study on it, when I was looking into the numbers and everything, I want to say it was like 20 to 30 million shares at a time. It might have been a little bit less. It could have been a little bit less. It could have been like maybe 10 to 30 million shares. And I'm basing this off of memory, and it's been a long time since I looked at it. So let's go over and look at this real quick. We'll just look at it and see. Actually, I don't know. I'll pull it up here first, but I don't think this is going to be accurate. Oops. Eesh. I don't think this is going to be accurate, but let's just take a look at it because we'll see. We'll see if this is accurate. Something went wrong. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, what's the deal? Huh, weird. I don't know what I just. Oh, did I put TLS? Maybe I put in the wrong order of letters. Anyways, let's let's take a look here and see what their share outstanding share history looks like. I think this is going to be wrong, and I'll probably know pretty quickly by just looking at the data whether or not it's accurate or not. And I might have to go pull this someplace else. So let's go back to some of the different periods of time. And what they did is they did, like, I want to say it was like increments of like 10 to, well, I don't know why it's not pulling. Hold on a second here. This chart doesn't look right. Is that right? Says Tesla. Well, for whatever reason, it's not pulling up some of the data from the previous years here for price movement. But you can see here the amount outstanding shares here is showing 1.56, 1.57, 1.59, 1.71, 1.82. It's very slowly increasing as time goes on. So here's a jump right here from 2 billion outstanding shares to 2.22 billion. That's actually a pretty big share offering right there. It's 220 million shares offered. That's a big one. Here's another big jump right here to 2.42, so another 200 million right there. Again, I think these numbers are not accurate because the most current number. Let's see what the most current numbers are showing here. Yeah, this is saying 3.18 billion shares outstanding. I doubt that's the case for Tesla, but let's look and see. Let's look. Oh, actually, it is right. 3.18. Okay, take that back. So, but those are some of the bigger jumps. I think were these ones right in here where there was like 220 million. The big jumps in their prices from when they were being shorted in August of. I don't know what time frame you want to look at here. Let's look at. Let's go back to Tesla on. We'll look at the bigger picture here and let's see. Let's see if we can pull data from the right time frame. So we really want to be looking. I guess that would be like an appropriate time scale, looking from 2019 going forward. So basically, we want to see data from like 2019 to the top at around 2021. So we'll just look at that data. And let's see here, 2019 to 2021 is going to be here to here. And you can't see hardly any of a change here, and that should kind of clue you in as to how much of a change during this time in shares. But there's a share dilution right there that went from 2.59 billion to 2.61. So you're looking at 20 million shares right there that entered into the marketplace. And then back here, there was another one too, where it went from 2.57 to 2.59. So again, increments of about 20 million shares, right? Like it was very small increments leading into some of the price movement that you saw in there. Let me scroll out just a little bit more. Here's 2.84 and a jump up to 2.88. So there's like 40 million shares right there. Here's another jump from 289 to 295. So you're looking at, what did I say, 89 to 95? Yeah, that's like 60. So towards the end, there was quite a bit more. There was 60 million dilution there. Here it goes from 2.97 to 3.02. So that's 50 million shares. And yeah, so I mean, but it was slow. The time intervals between some of this dilution was like a full-on quarter or more between them. When I went back and did the analysis on some of the biggest portions of price movement, I felt like they were doing like 20 million shares into the marketplace, and then they'd wait for like a quarter or two before they do some dilution again, right? And then they do another 20 million. And they'd wait a quarter or two, and then they do another 20 million, and then it started becoming a little bit more. But it's kind of a breakdown of Tesla for you. I'm really surprised that I was able to look that up on there. It's a very methodical price movement on just stepping this down here. Yunhua says, so can someone explain how hedgies blowing up banks closing credit helps us? If they fail, they can't cover and pay. I'm not sure, like the way that you worded that, I'm having a hard time, like, I'm a little confused. Are you suggesting like why would banks closing credit help us? Or are you asking? So it's a weird question. I'm not sure I understand what the question is. If banks are lending money and they start feeling the pinch themselves, and then it depends on. I guess it really depends on what kind of lending of money it is. You know, if the loans are secured, then I don't know that it would necessarily have a specific problem with it. But if it's a margin type issue where somebody has to maintain like certain levels of maintain certain numbers, then they could potentially have a problem on their hands if they don't maintain the margin requirements that are needed for the loan positions. Stockwiz is saying there is insurance, and I think that's more along what Ewan was talking about, is asking about the insurance. But the way the question was worded was really difficult for me to understand. How can they cover if they're out of money? Yeah, that's going to be the insurance. They would have to sell their long assets, like Stockwiz is saying. They would be liquidated, being forced into selling their long positions, and then if that money didn't cover the positions that would be required to be covered, then that's when insurance would kick in. It's 1:50. We got about 10 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers here.
Another break?
Nope, no more breaks for me today. I'm done. I mean, I was gone long enough. I thought for sure, did I tell you? Oh yeah, I think I did tell you guys. I didn't have to ride my bike home, which was nice. Which means the bike's still sitting in the back of the truck though. So if he pulls the truck out,
the truck over there.
yeah, I left the truck over there to get worked on, and so if he pulls that out and it's sitting overnight, hopefully somebody doesn't break into the back for the bike. But if they do, it's not a big deal. I don't really care.
What do you have back there? What is that? A BMX?
No, it's like it's cheaper than that. It's probably like a mongoose or something.
Mongoose?
Probably.
A Diamondback?
I borrowed one of the kids' bikes, one of the more adult kids' bikes that we had sitting in the garage because I didn't want to ride my street bike home. So, and I didn't. In the off chance that I would leave a bike sitting in there, there's no chance I'm leaving a $2,000 road bike in the back of the truck. So, it was a good thing. Because now the road bike's safe at home, and the mongoose bike's sitting in there.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's a mongoose. It might actually be. I don't know. I just made it up.
Does it have white pedals?
No.
Oh.
I don't get it.
Does the
Why does it? I don't get it.
what do you mean?
I don't think it.
What color is the bike?
It's blue.
Okay, blue. Does the center bar curve down?
It is not a female bike. It's a male bike.
Do you have a banana seat on it?
No. There was a female bike I could have grabbed, but I didn't grab that one. You know what? I'm just gonna say yes, just for the hell of it, because I think that's funny as hell. Why not? Sure, it had tassels on it, man, and a little bell that I could ring with a basket on the front.
I knew it.
Yeah. It had a basket and a bell, and because it wasn't on there, and I do, Melissa was really worried about me riding back home by myself. What I decided to do is add an additional flag on a stick on the back end of it. So, I was ready to go, man. Bob says, I sent you a GIF of you riding home on the bike. All right, hold on a second here. This ought to be good. Wait.
Can we see it?
Yeah. Hold on a second here. I'm trying to think, how do I do this? Let's see. Can I copy link? I'll post it into the where the nut house. I'll post it in the nut house.
Damn it.
Yeah. No, I'm pulling it up on the screen here so you can see it. Hold on. I have to put it someplace so that I can show it to you guys. Damn it, move.
There was a pretty nice bike after, what is the name of that movie? Burn After Reading or something like that? Oh, that's you, huh?
Yeah, there it is.
That looks just like you.
Yep, that would have been me riding home.
That is it. The big tramp is back there parked. I see it.
Yeah. No, that's not true, Inwa. I don't know anybody. There's lots of people that have tried to suggest that before, but it's more people trying to create fear in the community amongst us. That's not the case. That's been brought up like so many times. It's not even funny. That's not what would happen.
Have you seen Burn After Reading?
Wait a minute. You wanted me to watch Leaving the World Behind. So no, Burn After Reading. I don't think I've seen that one. Hold on a second. I don't think so. George Clooney. I feel like this was recommended to me, and I went looking for it or something, and couldn't find it on anything that I can watch it on. No, I have not seen that. Highly recommend it. Is that another one you recommend?
That's a good one. That's a funny one. They have a bike in there that you might like.
Tater Tot says, Casey, is your butt hurt from your bike ride? Well, I didn't end up having to ride home. The mechanic gave me a ride home. I actually take my truck to a local mechanic around here that's a master technician. So it's not like a dealership or anything like that. And he usually has really good rates and whatnot, and he does good work. So I feel comfortable. But he's right across the other side, and he's like, yeah, I'll just give you a ride home real quick. So I didn't have to ride the bike after all, which was nice. Is Taylor Swift doing anything for you these days since she's rooting for your Chiefs? No. And in fact, I feel like we're getting a little bit of bad juju. She needs to stop. She needs to stop showing up to the games. I don't know if you've ever like. I've done this before. I feel like as an athlete, I can say this. Like when your girl shows up, like you want to like perform like ultra better and everything, and then you end up fucking it up. You don't do as well, so then you're all embarrassed and everything. I've seen Kelsey make some really bad plays since she started showing up to his games. I kind of want her to go away, and so that he can perform and get his mind off the, I don't know, whatever his mind's on, because he needs to get back to the game. I mean, that might be another thing too. You know, like he probably would rather be sitting up there with her watching the game than playing. I don't know. That's probably not true. Who knows?
Probably want to be playing with her.
That's right. He probably wants to be up there playing with her, and he's playing the stupid football game. He's like, I would have so much more fun up in that box office. Watch him get injured. Watch him get injured, and then he has to sit out and watch the game up there from now on with her. Talk about bad juju. Here I am saying bad things about one of my great team players. That's right. Dude, Tendies, I don't know which play you're talking about, but there was a play, not the very last play where in the end zone. That one was trash. You're right. You're absolutely right. That one was trash. But there was another play where I think it was like one or two plays prior to that where they passed it like right up the middle almost. And the defender was hanging all over the Kansas City Chief guy. I mean, he was like draped over him like a curtain. And before the ball even made it to him, and he was totally within range of catching that ball, and no flag flown. The guy was hanging on him like a slab of meat hanging from a hook. And I could not believe that one. That was crazy, man. Crazy.
What's up, Real Rugged?
Yeah, that's actually not rugged. This is actually KC's master mechanic.
Oh,
yeah.
Sure. Well, how's it going? How's it going? I'm gonna say his name. How's it going, Tim?
It's going pretty good. Like football players you're talking about hanging off each other. KC with that ride home. You're hanging off me pretty good too.
Hey, man, you're driving around that hybrid Prius. Who wouldn't?
Got a seat warmer in there for you.
Like the ultimate girl catcher Prius. They should have gone with that for their advertising campaign. They probably would have sold more cars. If you think you can get chicks with any other car than this one, you're wrong. Prius, we do girls the right way. Yep, the girls will be hanging off you with this car, Prius. Yeah, this is definitely not a chick magnet.
It could work.
It's not a chick magnet at all. There's nothing about the Prius that screams. In fact, if you were in a relationship with somebody and they recommended that you should get a Prius, then that means that they're insecure and that they're afraid of you getting stolen by some other woman.
I mean, unless there's one of those girls that sits in the road or something, like trying to protest, like a Greta Thunberg, she might get all her panties might get
if you were married.
Up in a bunch.
If you were married, I'm literally telling you right now, being married to my wife, if I brought home a Prius, I'm pretty sure my wife would probably look at me and be like, did you have to pick a more wussy car than that one? I mean, she would call me out. She literally would look at that car and be like, I don't think I can ride in that with you. There's nothing sexy about it. Nothing. Nothing at
enough
all.
lubrication in the world that'll take care of that.
Mm-hmm. It is not a sexy vehicle. All right. Bob says numbers time. Let's do this.
Tough crowd, but it is time. You're right.
Bob's like a weather barometer over here. He's like, you just can't. When it's time, it's time. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. While I'm waiting for options to load up on the screen, which they probably never will, let's take a look at off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 49.3% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 8.94. The combined total, 58.24%, or about 7.76% less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 3,990 shares. That's actually jumped up quite a bit in the last hour. And CHX volume for GME is sitting at 1,093. Taking a look at Ortex. Actually, oh yeah, okay, never mind. I said the right thing. Holy moly. I don't know if I can take this anymore. I'm going to have to send Fidelity a message and be like, you all suck balls. You can't, this is like, your options page takes forever to load now. Let me see here. Total amount of shares having been borrowed for the day. I don't think this has changed in like several hours. We have not seen like any shares borrowed whatsoever. 97,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today on AMC. Of that 97,000 shares, I said borrowed, returned. Of that 97,000 shares returned, that's going to keep that short share interest, the free float rate at 10.72, and the cost to borrow numbers are all going to be the same with the 27,000 shares that were borrowed at 1.25. Shares on loan for the day is at 10.58 million shares. That is approximately 50,000 more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 2.21 million of that is in new short interest. Keep in mind, obviously, if you only have 50,000 new shares on loan, but you have 2.21, something's not right there. We had exchange reported short interest reporting new numbers, and the estimates for short interest were lower than expected, so they had to up the numbers, so that's why it's showing 2.21. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume for calls is at a $9 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 51.4 thousand contracts. There's now 52.06. Hold on a second here while I move my numbers. There we go. 52.6. And on puts, highest amount of put volume for the day today. I can't do that either. Son of a biscuit. They made it like ultra hard for me to see the numbers now. I'll put it right there. That'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. On puts at a $6.50 strike, we had 5.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 6.9. Nice. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $6.50 and $9 by the end of the day today. MMRI. We actually have the 10-year and 2-year yield splitting up here a little bit. And an hour ago it was 271.36 for MMRI. It's now 271.39. But note that the 2-year yields are starting to head up as the 10-year yields are kind of evenly heading sideways. 271.40. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are not on this list all day long, likely due to low quantities of volume, and are still not on the list. SSR trigger price is at $6.40. Shares available to borrow shows that the 100,000 shares they borrowed earlier have been since returned, and we now have a total of 5.2 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are at 0.8%. NASDAQ is up 0.61, Dow Jones is up 0.49, and the SP 500 is up 0.42. We have approximately 3,262 decliners to 2,803 advancers. The market's more advancing this hour than it was last hour. It's time to switch to a new pin almost. The Mag 7, out of that 7, 5 of which are in the green. Big bank movers for the day today. Anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. FRC is up 53.15%. And that's likely the only thing I'm going to be shouting out today. Yep, I don't see anything else. It's moved a lot. Silver is down 0.14, but trending up. Gold is down 0.08 and consolidating after an uptrend. Ethereum Classic is up 0.14 and trending sideways, consolidating after a downtrend. The US dollar is down 0.2 and consolidating after a downtrend. Oil is down 3.75 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.19 to 0.32. Looks like consolidation going on Vanguards after an uptrend, but BlackRocks are starting to trend down. SPY is up 0.44 and trending up towards the end of the day here. VIX is down 6.25% and trending down, moving large quantities. VBR is up 0.16 and trending up. VB is up 0.26 trending up. Tesla is down 0.94 trending up. Amazon is up 0.99 trending up. Cinemark is down 1.55 and trending down. Doge is down 2.5 and consolidating after a downtrend. Bitcoin is down 0.49, consolidating after a downtrend. GME is up 1.13 and looks like it's moving into some consolidation here. It's hard to say because it was already consolidating, but it looks like it's kind of breaking to the bottom side. But I'm going to go ahead and stick with consolidation for right now. It probably won't break past the Bollinger Bands too far here, so it's probably going to come back up again. And I think it's kind of moving consolidation. HYMC is down 2.99, consolidating after downtrend. NCMI is down 1.7 and trending down slightly. Hood is down 0.34, consolidating after uptrend. And AMC is down 5.49% and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately what do we have? Almost 2 million. It's really close. $1.9 million more inflow than outflow. 12.13 million shares traded so far for the day today after 340 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for about 13.91 million shares traded. That's a little bit faster pace than we were on earlier. And I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so it looks like we're on pace for that, no problem. On a 4-hour chart, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with divergences within the last 4 hours on the RSI. On the Vortex indicator, RSI at 38.63, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.41, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 22.42, which is below average, signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 22.73, which is oversold. And with that, I yield the time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Probably should have taken a picture of the bike so you could see it, Yucca, so you'd believe me. Because you probably just don't believe me. Let me get rid of all these news articles. I can't stand it when I've got these little news. I wish there was a button that you could click on to just get rid. I was going to send a request to Weeble about having something that would just clear those. One single button that would clear them all. One button for them all. Let's see here. Let me see what you guys are reading or writing. Attendee says the Patchouli twins would get down. I have no idea who that is. Pro Dealer says I would be made fun of and asked to leave if I came home with a Prius. See, our wives are so similar, Pro Julie. Mine would too. My wife would definitely, she would be like, really? And then I would be like, we should go for a ride. You'll like it. You'll enjoy it. And then she would just give me a look, I'm sure. It would never happen. Attendees plus plus says, damn, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and Citigroup equal 9.7 trillion in assets, 208.9 trillion in derivatives. Damn, somebody's screwed. RDH, congratulations on your 10 shares. Let's see here. Vortex indicator indicates we rock much higher rest of the week. I love Vortex. What time interval? Are you on a daily? That's my guess. Let me see here. Yeah, on the daily, because there's a convergence on the daily here that just occurred. That would have been my guess. I would have figured you were on the daily on that one, and it does. Vortex indicator is definitely showing signs of strength and in price movement. Even though we have these days where we're down like this, it is what it is. Currently on a 4-hour chart, we were showing signs of strength, but it's starting to show a little bit of signs of weakness. The 1-hour chart is strong weakness, but that could flip around here at any time. On a 30-minute interval, same thing with this one. Looks like it could be nearing an end, possibly. On kind of like the scale of where this is moving towards, I would expect to see this starting to kind of taper out a little. On a 5-minute interval, again tapering out. But yeah, I think if I had ran the numbers earlier this morning and realized exactly what it was that I was coming up with on my Excel spreadsheet for market capitalization and where they would potentially try to move price to, that 665 probably would have been my price prediction, but I didn't. I guess it just didn't dawn on me. I was looking at a lot of other indicators, and so it kind of makes sense now to me why we're moving towards that 665 number. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing, Myro. I'll share it one more time because I just want to make sure that everybody, has a chance or an opportunity to hear this. But our share price, our market cap was $2 billion with our, on November 8th before the dilution occurred, or the announcement for the dilution, which was announced on the 9th of November. So our market cap was $2 billion. If AMC wants to raise $350 million in value, then the market would devalue the market capitalization because the company would have $350 million in its possession. So subtracting $350 million from $2 billion in market cap basically has the market pushing the price down to $6.65 is the price you would need to hit 1.65 billion, or essentially a market cap $350 million less than what it was then November 8th. And so I think that's essentially what you have going on here is it's price fixing on market cap valuation based off of what, how literally Ken Griffin sitting there in an interview sat there and told us that they're trying to move the market to get to what they think is fair value. And so that's essentially what you're seeing have happen is you're seeing exactly that. They're moving price to where they think fair value is, regardless of whether or not there's buying pressure or not.
I thought, Casey, that we already moved down once they made the announcement. They made the announcement.
We did.
So
But that was based off of if you went back and you looked at where we moved down in price to, that was based on the idea that that there was probably only going to be somewhere between 40 and maybe 45 million shares sold, right? There's more than that. So the market was guessing like we were. You know, they had no idea how many shares were going to be sold in the marketplace, and now that we have an idea of how many shares are being sold in the marketplace, that's what they're doing. Is they're adjusting the price down to meet a market cap that fits to the current share amount. That's how market cap is calculated. It's calculated based off of price times the amount of outstanding shares. If the market has no clue how many outstanding shares there is, then they're going to guess, right? And then they're going to trade. They immediately drop the price based off of what they were guessing it was, how many shares was going to take to sell that many shares to get that much money, and then they just dropped it the rest of the way when they found out what the actual value was, which is today.
Alrighty.
Yeah. It's a bunch of caca. As my dad used to say. That's what my dad used to say. My dad, before I could speak when I was a kid, I'd poop my diaper and he'd look over at me and he'd go, and I'd go, he knew that meant it was time. We had our own little grunting communication when I was like 1. Tendy says, me and the other attendees on Twitter get into fights. He's a Canadian liberal, and I'm me. Pretty fun. We don't unfollow each other, but we have cussed the shit on each other. He is an ape. Twisty says, why would more money in the coffers lower stock value? Wouldn't that show strength and bring it up? Because to me, the way I see it is that they're giving a valuation of the company, and they're saying this is what the company's worth. If the company's going to pull out that worth, if the company's going to pull out more value or extract more value out of the market in shares, then we're going to just subtract that out of the value in the marketplace worth, how much it's worth in the market, right? So market value, company value. Company wants to take market value away and give it to the company, then you got to drop the price of the market value to match what the company's raised in capital. That's what they're doing. Company value and market value are two different things, separate. And if you take from one and give to the other, you have to take the value and lower it. You can't just raise money. Well, this is what the market's saying. You can't just raise money and not have it affect your bottom line. That's the way they're treating it.
So to clarify, and I know I wasn't around earlier, but they said that they paid down like what, 62 million in debt or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so the rest is it assumed that the rest is kind of like operating capital kind of thing?
The rest of the debt? Or the rest of the 350?
Yeah.
Okay, so the rest of the 350, I would assume so. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking right now to see it was 62.28 million. Roughly. Where did it not save? What the heck, man? I made color-coded saves on my document here, and now it's no longer there. What the hell is going on with this? Let me redo this. Yellow. Yeah. So it was 62.28 million in total.
And then there was some exchanging of some debt for shares or something. I don't know. I saw some filing this
That's
morning.
part of the 62 point. Yeah, that's part of that 62. So essentially, what they did. So to me, it looks like two different transactions, and the way that they even worded out it looks like two different transactions based on the wording as well. The wording specifically states that there was a combined total, right? So it says right here, it says combined with the exchange transactions during the fourth quarter of 2023, the company reduced the principal amounts of its debt by approximately $62.28 million. So one of the offerings was they made $350 million off the 48,030,843 shares. And then if you go to the top up here, it suggests that they reduced the amount of principal that they held on a other debt by giving up 1,568,591 shares to get rid of some portion of debt that was in the amount of 12,275,000. So when you add that into the value of the shares that were sold for that, the total value was $8.19 per share. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I'll be perfectly honest with you if you want me to be, but it's I prefer to be back up at $11 a share. But yeah,
Well,
but I understand it's got to do what it's got to do.
There's two ways to look at it. At $11 per share, you can only get one share at $11. At $6.50, you can almost get two shares for the price of one at 11. Almost, not quite. So you can look at it in terms of an opportunity to be able to dollar cost down average at a much cheaper price, or you can look at it as a just a negative and just be like, well, it's bottom line. And the only reason I would say looking at it from the other perspective is because if you're truly a long-term investor, then dollar cost averaging down is the way to go. If you're going to look at it in terms of I'm a short-term investor and I don't care about anything else other than my bottom line, then the other part to that, or the other way of looking at it is I just want to see $11 because it's closer to whatever it is that $6 is, right?
Yeah, I keep, me, I keep buying,
So I'm not saying you aren't. I'm just saying there's two different ways you can look at this.
Sure. I hope others are.
I would think you'd want to be more happy about dollar cost averaging down at 650 than you would at 11. Just guessing.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. At some point, I'd like to be done dollar cost averaging, but then, whatever that is. Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people that feel that way.
Right.
Let's see here. Dr. Zay says, in return for giving up $12.275 million in debt, AMC issued approximately 1.6 million shares of its Class A common stock. That's correct. Brazil, good afternoon.
be back in a bit.
Okay. Dr. Zayas says the implied value of the shares. That's a good point, Dr. Zayas. I mean, it is the implied amount. It's the value that the total implied value that was removed from the debt obligations divided by how many shares there were. Pirate says, I think I expect to see more of the debt for equity swaps going forward. I kind of tend to think so too, because there was a very specific statement in the SEC filing that suggested that that would be the case. I don't know if anybody else caught that or not. That was one of the first things that that kind of crossed, crossed my, I don't know what to call it. It's one of the first things that stood out to me. I was like, ding, yeah, it hit me. So I'm looking for it right now to see where it specifically states it, but it does say which it can do from time to time. And I'm looking for it, but I'm not seeing it. Oh, here we go. Here it is. I found it. It's like it's literally like the second sentence. Putting it back up on the page here for you to see. It's literally the second sentence of the document here. It says the company may engage in similar transactions in the future, but is under no obligation to do so. And that was the part right there that I thought was interesting. That they would kind of go out of their way to just kind of say like, oh yeah, by the way, this is, we might do this again. We don't have to, but we might. This is not working. I wanted to try, I guess I'll just make it yellow like the rest of the stuff. There we go. Dr. Zay says, me too. Can you think of a partner or investor who might be interested in taking on AMC debt for equity? I mean, Dr. Zayas, you're not talking about, you wouldn't happen to be talking about Ryan Cohen, would you? I know everybody's going to want to think that. Everybody's going to want to think that that's going to be the case, and that's going to be the a possible, some kind of possibility or something like that. But I would hesitate to assume that that's going to be the case. I would say, however, there may be some kind of chance, outside chance, that Wanda, who used to previously, be owner of AMC, may want to rekindle that that bridge. I don't know. Probably not now. I mean, right now we have, I don't know if you guys, we actually didn't even talk about this today at all. I don't know if you guys saw the security attacks that were going on. Apparently there was an increased level of security attacks on the internet that were based from China. So I think that's part of the problem. There's the relationship between us and China is not very good, and we wouldn't see somebody like Wanda coming over and approaching us, AMC specifically, for some kind of joint venture due to that. Island Dr. Moreau says, so whoever got shares at 819 is down right now. Buy the dip. That's right. Ron says, Casey, are we still going lower still this week? It's always a possibility, man. It's so long as AMC is still actively being shorted, the idea here is not to let AMC win. So you have to expect always until you're walking away with like shit tons of money in your account. You should expect every single moment to be a tough moment. A debt swap for equity would need to come from a current debt holder, but I fantasize about RC coming in as a white knight. Yeah. GME elitists would lose their shit. Well, if you remember not too long ago, attendees, we did have an apology tour. I think I believe personally there was a reason for that. That apology tour. Some people were insinuating that there may have been some legal battles that might have come their way, and that they were getting legal advice to specifically say certain things. I don't know what to believe, but I feel like there was definitely a reason for why that apology tour got kicked off in the first place. So, for whatever reason it may be, there were apologies made. Yeah, well, I don't know that anybody was taking up those olive branches. I don't. I mean, the olive branches may have been there, but I don't think anybody was accepting. Let bygones be bygones, but I don't think anybody's going to go jump over and be like, "Oh yeah, you're on our side now, yay!" How many times have we seen people come into the community and just absolutely screw us over within the community? It's been so many times. There's so many different scam artists out there that have come into the community and tried to attempt to destroy, weaken us from within. Probably one of my most favorite ones to point out is the whole Mark Cahodes. Mark Cahodes came in. Cahodes. I want to call him Cahodes. Mark Cahodes came in and he tried to act like he was on our side right off the get-go. And everybody was asking me, like, and I don't mind saying his name because I don't view him as being a part of the community at all. I see him just as I would see Gasparino or any other person who's, against AMC in general. He came into this community and he tried to act like he was on our side. And really what he was just trying to do is he was trying to fish for, to us partake in his business that he owns for T0, so he could make money off of everything that's happening. And then we started seeing his true colors. And then he tried to come back all like nice and sweet and everything, and then he pulled away like, I don't know. I feel like he pulled away like a good 1/3 of the community at least into people who were good people in the community who left because of him. But everybody kept asking me what I thought of him, and I was like, well, let's just see what he has to say first, and, just don't be too happy because everybody thought, oh, it's a former hedge fund guy who's coming in to tell us like how they're trying to screw us and how we can change everything and what we can do to make it so it's better. And I don't know the true answer to that, Tendies. So I would hesitate to give an answer for that, but I don't know. I know that there were other people in his group of confidants, his upper echelon of people who were kind of doing the whole deal with them, who were convincing people to sell, though. But it is what it is, This community has fallen for a lot of snake oil along the way. Throw out whatever it is you want to throw out. DRS, Cahodes. I'm trying to think of the name of that. Wes Christensen and the other group that was trying to do stuff. They literally had a GoFundMe and the money just disappeared. And I think that Trey, this is back when Trey was a part of it. He actually helped donate money to that. And the money just ultimately ended up disappearing and nobody did anything. Nothing ever got done. Do you guys remember that? That should be like a huge scandal. Nothing ever happened, though. Sometimes I feel like that's the case, Andrew, but I don't think that's necessarily the case today. Today was somewhat decent volume. I mean, it's not much different volume than what we had, I guess, yesterday, because yesterday we had 14.3 million in volume. Today we'll probably end up hitting something probably very similar. Trying to think what other scams there were that we had in our community.
Hey, what about the what's up, Casey?
What's going on, man?
Where you been, Danny?
Hey, where you coming from?
I've been here the whole time.
No, stop. I was gonna say what about the AMC token or whatever, the crypto token?
Yeah, that was.
And then,
there was that.
What about like? No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
And then also they're writing articles about AMC, but they're not using the hashtag AMC. They're using the other AMC company. Trying to.
Oh yeah. The
get investors to buy something else.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been quite a few things that have come along the way to try and just I don't know, try and divide us or try and suck money away from us into something else. That's right. Tendy said it. AMC Network. Yep.
Network. Yep.
Well, it was like earlier this morning. I clicked on. So this is on Webull, right? I clicked on AMC, a news article that popped up on AMC, and it says, "Why this? What does this article have anything to do with AMC in here?" It says, I'm going to read it. Just I know this has nothing to do with AMC whatsoever, but it says, "Why is ADTX stock up 58% today?" What the hell does that have to do with AMC? I don't know. All right, let me go in here and see. That means AMC's got to be listed in here somewhere. It says right here at the very bottom, we are offering up all the hottest stock market news that traders need to know on Tuesday. A few examples include what's going on with the shares of AMC Entertainment. So by putting that into the article, they literally are advertising some other stock to people who are looking at AMC. This is bullshit. This is just absolute bullshit. Yep. This has nothing to do with AMC whatsoever, but yet it's posted under the AMC news. It's like, really? 1348. So attendees, I don't see that. I don't know if I would necessarily qualify as a scam, but you don't really need. You can do 1348 without having somebody else. It's just simply a trading method, and I don't think you have to. He was selling showing people a way on how to use it to make money. So, and I actually think that it works, but I wouldn't try to use it on something like AMC. I would use it someplace else in the market where it's not as heavily manipulated in price. But it certainly took away from a lot of the people in the community who were, focused on AMC and then suddenly, started moving off into other directions and were like, well, I'm just going to go do this instead. And we've had a few of those kind of people. I mean, Matt Kors is another good one, example of that kind of person that pulled people away. Rorschach pulled people away. I can't think of his name. There's been a lot of those. I know, Billy. I know. Rorschach. Yeah, that guy. That guy.
Wasn't he on here one time? No.
No.
Rorschach?
No. Rorschach was never on. Never. I think it's hilarious that I said Rorschach, and then you said literally like the name that. Oh, man.
I know what you're trying to say.
At least I got you thinking of the right name. Meep says 1348 works, and he started to show it for free, but then he saw a way to make money, and then it was a paid Discord. Yeah, and you know what? The other part that I thought was really funny when he increased his price and he increased it to $69, it was like he was he was directly telling you that he was screwing you. Yeah, it was just kind of like one of those things. It's like, really, you're gonna make the price? You couldn't do something like 72. 72 would have been a great number to use. A lot of people used to think the top was 72, even though it wasn't. But he could have done so many other numbers. I think the funny part was until, what did they call them? Was it there was a name for them. It was like the November. No, it couldn't have been November. It had to be like the June 5 or something like that. It was like 5 different big YouTubers. It was Trey, TMI, Gabe. I think Optimus was one of them, and I forget who the 4th or 5th one was. There was like 5 of them that all went over and met with Adam Aaron, like right before a shareholder meeting or during a shareholder meeting, and then like when that went down.
It's the one that hangs out. That hangs out with Gabe. The young kid that hangs out with Gabe.
I thought that was Optimus.
I don't know. Yeah, I know.
That was an Optimus? I don't know.
Oh, was it?
I don't know. I can't remember what their names were. Anyways, I had never heard of Gabe the whole time, and we were already like 6 months into this ordeal, 5 or 6 months into the ordeal, and I'd never even heard of the dude. I was like, who the hell is this guy? I'm like, I've never heard of him before. Who is he? What the hell is going on here? I don't understand how in the world, this random person could just suddenly pop up, and I've never heard of him before, not once. Was it Short the Vix? Is that who it was?
Short the Vix, yes, yeah, yep.
It's been so long. Dr. Zaya says...
A name like that is probably He's probably short in AMC, short the VIX.
Exactly. Dr. Zayas is making a great point too. It's like charging someone $69 to use Ichimoto. Exactly. It's
a free,
I'm gonna
a free indicator.
yeah, I'm gonna show you how to use the Ichimoto cloud. Pay me $69 a month, and you too can be rich. Oh man, it's crazy. See, I'm doing what I'm not supposed to be doing. I'm not supposed to be saying this stuff. My wife would be disappointed in me right now. I feel like I'm talking about things from the past though, and not really what's happening currently. So it's almost like it makes it okay or something. Maynard says it was TMI, Trey, Rogue, Dork, and some girl. Yeah, the some girl was the weird part. It was almost like she was like their handler or something. Like she was like the one that was like coordinating everything. I'm almost positive that they said that she was the coordinator for the whole event. And it was just really kind of weird to see like she was coordinating everything. And I was just, it was weird to me. I was sitting there the whole time thinking like, that's just so odd. There was a name for the group though. It was like everybody had a nickname for him at the time when they all showed up. They called it the May something, the May 5 or the May, I forget what it was called. Jay says, I don't remember the girl. She was in a bunch of different like in a lot of the different photos that they would show off. She was always this like side person that was just like in the pictures. Like she was like trying to have her like Me Too moment or something. Like I'm in here too. It was really weird. No. Kat was never a part. Jay says the bartender. Kat was never a part of any of that group. She was never. She wouldn't have done anything like that. I don't remember who Rogue was. Rogue. I remember I feel like I can remember the faces, and I remember all of them. Review Dork I had never even seen. It was real funny because I was actually going after Review Dork at the time. I was going after him pretty heftily, and he started accusing me of like trying, because this is shortly after I started up my live stream. He's like, oh, you're just some wannabe new YouTuber who's just trying to get your moment of fame by coming after me. And I was like, dude, I don't even care if anybody's watching. You're literally screwing people over by, suggesting that they should go do these options, and then they're losing money on options, and you're not seeing it, And then sure enough, what does he end up doing? He talks people into going elsewhere. But it was just, was Astro? No, Astro was later. Astro wasn't a part of that. I don't think he was a part of that. Astro needed a maid. Can we just talk about something weird for a second here without... I'm not trying to make fun of Astro in any kind of way. I just always thought it was weird how he always had his shit always piled up against the walls in the room. Like, you'd go to watch the video of him, and he'd just have his shit, like, he'd have his guitar, like, just leaning up against the wall, or, like, papers and junk just stacked up against, like, I've done that before, but it's when I didn't have a room that was, like, it wasn't really what I would consider to be a live-in room. It was more like an office or whatever. I mean, it was just weird. It was weird. The vibe I got was like this.
Like Astro...
Go ahead.
I feel like he has the bed, the mattress just on the floor without the bed frame.
Yeah.
Sleeping on the floor.
Yes,
on the
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Like a bong,
if you
a bong next to the bed, whatever.
Yeah. Exactly. That's the kind of life like I was expecting lifestyle. Because when I saw that, I was like, I've been there in my life before. I know what he's doing, what he's going through. He's got a mattress on the floor right there next to him. This dude's living off of like fast junk food, and I'm like, I've been there. I know where this guy's at in his life.
You got friends you invite over, and they don't know where to sit because you got no furniture. You're
Yeah.
just like, hey man, just sit on top of my bed, like on the floor.
But the big giveaway was that stuff that was lined up on the wall for me, though. Like that was like the big giveaway because I was like, I did that once in my life. I remember living like that before. You can't afford to go put up some like you can't. So a guitar stand costs probably like $20 or $30. Go out and buy a freaking guitar stand for your guitar. A wall mount might cost you 30, 40, 30, 40. You can go a little extra and grab some, drywall cement, drywall, wall anchors and mount yourself up a nice rack and hang a guitar off the wall or something like that. I mean, it just reminded me of like a time in my life where I was young and didn't give crap about anything in life really, and just, was in a bad place, and like I could have done better for myself at the time. Like I just remember that stage in my life where I was there, and I felt like felt like that's what I was seeing. I was like, oh, I know where this guy's at. I see what he's into.
I mean, just look at the cast of characters that we got in our. I wouldn't say in our community, but in dealing with AMC or whatever and YouTube. You got a guy that has his mattress on the floor. You got another guy has a big black dildo in the background next to a lamp. You got a guy who has no teeth. He's in a trailer.
But you know what? No. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. But my point, Trey never had that stuff showing up though until he started hanging out with Astro. He didn't start living that I'm gonna stack shit up against the side of my walls until he hung out with Astro. Kind of like you didn't feel that way. You never got that vibe from Trey ever once. I never felt that vibe at all. And then as soon as he started hanging out with Astro, next thing you know, he started piling shit up all over the place.
Or maybe when he hanging out with Gabe with cocaine and hookers all the time. Who knows? It's just you look back, you look on it, you're like, man, what a cast of characters we got.
Yeah. All right. Well. Speaking of cast of characters,
Speaking of
here I am.
characters, you see, you're kicking us out.
Yep. It's about that time. It's time to do some kicking, and then you want to talk about cast of characters? Look at this guy over here in the sleigh. I'm slaying it.
No.
You can't get any more character than I am. This guy won't even show us his background. He just puts himself in a sleigh and rides in some background.
I got some jokes. Come on, where's your son at? I got some these nuts jokes.
Oh, you got some. Where's Luke? Quick, get Luke.
No.
I'm taking him to a Christmas party tonight, so I'm going to take him out for some pizza, and then we're going to a Christmas party at the school. Yeah.
All right, man. You have a good time, man.
I'll tell him to tell the kids a couple of yucca jokes.
Yeah.
Yucca.
Uncle Yucca.
Yeah.
All right, I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Take care.
See ya.
Well, unfortunately, guys, it is that time of the day, and let's you know the general routine. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie. There's some really good movies out. After all, that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. And with that, don't have a good night. Have a great night. I'm trying to, I can't get this. All right, here we go. Shh. It's supposed to be the Jingle Bells.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells swing and jingle bells ring. Snowing and blowing up bushels of fun. Now the jingle hop has begun. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells chime and jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air, what a bright time. It's the right time to rock the night away. Jingle bell time is a swell time to go gliding in the one-horse sleigh. Giddy up, jingle horse, pick up your feet. Jingle around the clock. Mix and a mingle in the jingling feet. That's the Jingle Bell Rock. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bell chime and jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air. What a bright time, it's the right time to rock the night away. Jingle bell time is a swell time to go gliding in the one-horse sleigh. Giddy up, jingle horse, pick up your feet. Jingle around the clock.